Hey, this is Seiji Hito here to bring you a little bit more information. So it is currently Saturday, October 21st, 2023 at 1:04 p.m. So I got a couple of stories before I get into the main things dealing with radiation. So the first story goes as stated: chemical spill leads to evacuation in central Kentucky, area deemed safe. The chemical spill in Berea Wednesday evening posed potential danger to a produce company site, but first responders managed to clear that area safely. The incident happened at around 5:10 p.m. At a Produce United USA on Industrial Drive. The fire department stated that firefighters found an active spill of nitric acid from a container in a tractor trailer outside the facility when they arrived. Nitric acid is very corrosive and can cause irritation of the eyes, skin, mucous membrane if exposed. People can be harmed from exposure to nitric acid depending on the levels of exposure and the duration. Nitric acid can also cause delayed illness. The fire department stated that it evaluated the area and quickly contained the spill, and no injuries were reported. Lieutenant Brent Billings with the fire department stated that the spill itself was contained to the parking area, but the building was evacuated as a precaution. There was also a 500 to a 600-foot perimeter set around the spill. No homes or businesses were in danger during that incident. A special hazardous material team also responded to the factory to assist with the cleanup and to dispose of the spill. The fire department stated that there was no longer a hazardous threat to the area and is also now safe. So, again, the main thing I want to bring up to a lot of people is that when they show you one thing going on in the world, there's a multitude of things going on directly at home. And this story itself took place a week ago. So during the greater portion of a week, people have pretty much had their eyes directly set on solely one thing. But as you can clearly see, as time pretty much goes by and everything looks the complete same, people tend to fall off from talking about that exact same thing. And they tend to go right back to the normal stuff that they just so happen to post and talk about. I've seen this on Twitter. I've seen this directly on IG, right? So again, if quote unquote people actually care about the situation, then that would mean that they would consistently and continuously directly talk about those said situations that are specifically going on that they want to bring so much awareness directly onto. So next we're going to go to another chemical spill that took place, which is this one here. And it goes as stated. Let me see. A shelter in place was issued for part of Muskegon Heights after a hydrochloric acid leak from a railroad tank car Monday morning. It was lifted about 2 hours later. The chemical leak was at Webb Chemical Services, a corporation on 2708 Jarman Street. Employees have been evacuated. The company stated that the spill happened at around 11 a.m. Monday morning. The chemical hydrochloric acid is also used for pool chemistry and concrete etching. The facility on Jarman packages and distributes the chemical. Quote, one of our goals is to provide a safe workplace for our employees and guests as we manage our day-to-day operations, as well as to maintain safe operations as we distribute our product. And that was stated by the vice president. He went on to further state, however, there are times when things go wrong, and unfortunately, we experience such an event today. We responded, and our goal is to ensure that no negative effects on the health of anyone or the environment. Original estimates believe that 2,000 gallons of the chemical has spilled, but subsequently updates published on the company's website later revealed that approximately 500 gallons had leaked. Webb has stated that the spill had not caused any contamination to the ground at the site or off the site. Muskegon Heights Fire Department was also able to suppress fumes via water spray. Quote, we're coordinating with all relevant agencies to resolve the situation as quickly as possible. No injuries have been reported and everyone is accounted for, according to company management. Some operations have also still been halted at Webb while they continue to investigate what specifically caused the spill. Quote, we will cooperate with all agencies in their investigation. We apologize for any inconvenience that this may have caused. We will conduct our own investigation to determine exactly what happened, why it happened, and how to keep it from happening again. So, again, that's another chemical spill. Realistically, I could actually have a whole live stream directly dedicated to chemical spills, and this one happened. So, again, the first chemical spill of nitric acid, that was a week ago. This chemical spill, that was 5 days ago. And then I saw other chemical spills that just recently happened, such as two tanker trucks, in a sense, getting into a crash and chemicals getting released from those, those tankers. So again, there's a lot of things that happen every single day that people should be concerned with. And the story that I just read off to you here, they stated that they had a shelter in place for a lot of people, for a lot of residents that were around the facility. But yet, when you look at the street, not sure if that might have been a main street or whatever, you still have people going up and down the street. Some people may have also had their car windows directly open. Some people may have had their air conditioning or their air basically running. So, like I said before, the precautions that should be taken by way of the media, the police, and the firefighters, it's lacking in a lot of these incidences. It is severely lacking. Like I said, originally the estimated was like, oh yeah, about 2,000, of it in a sense dropped, and now they're like, no, it was real close to like 500. Somebody's lying. You're not going to automatically have an estimate of 2,000. That's obviously not a guess because somebody who was there on the ground knew how much dropped. So you went from 2,000 down to 500. That's a hell of a drop. And then you're going to specifically state that you're pretty sure that this did not affect the ground. How do you know? What ground testing have you actually done? How do you know that this over time, if it just so happens to rain or whatever, that some of the stuff that you weren't able to get, that it won't leak down into an aquifer, groundwater and such? How do you know? You don't. But yet, a lot of these companies that have a lot of these chemicals, they want to reassure everybody as to say that, hey, we exactly know what happened. Nothing is going to happen directly to you guys, and we can reassure you. And realistically, it can't. All right, so now we're going to head into the main thing that I wanted to talk about. So I got a little bit of technically, I guess you could say notes directly up here, and this is from like various things, right? So the main topic is, do cell phones pose a health hazard, right? Do cell phones happen to give off radiation that people should actually know about and care about, right? And we're going to go directly to the top of the article, and it goes as stated. Some people are concerned that radio frequency energy from cell phones will cause cancer or other serious hazards. Based on the evaluation of a currently available information, the FDA believes that the weight of scientific evidence has not linked exposure to radio frequency energy from cell phone use with any health problems at or below the radio frequency exposure limit set by the FCC, right? So, certain definitions that I have that I wanted to state ahead of time because I want to read through the article. I got carcinogen radio frequency, uh, National Toxicology Program, or NTP, and radio frequency. So I'm just going to start with the carcinogen. Carcinogen is any substance, radionuclide, or radiation that promotes carcinogenesis. Genesis, sorry. This may be due to the ability to damage the genome or to the disruption of the cellular metabolic process. Several radioactive substances are considered carcinogens, but their carcinogenic activity is attributed to the radiation For example, gamma rays and alpha particles, which they emit. Common examples of non-radioactive carcinogens are inhaled asbestos, certain dioxins, and tobacco smoke. Although the public generally associates carcinogenity with synthetic chemicals, it is equally likely to arise from both natural and synthetic substance. Carcinogens are not necessarily immediately toxic, thus, their effect can be insidious. Carcinogens are agents in the environment capable of contributing to cancer growth, right? So next we got radio frequency, which is going to be another word that you're going to hear in one or two of these articles. Radio frequency is the oscillation rate of the alternating electric current or voltage of a magnet, electric or electromagnetic field, or a mechanical system in the frequency range of about 200 kilohertz to around 300 gigahertz. This is roughly between the upper limit of the audio frequencies and the lower limit of infrared frequencies. These are the frequencies at which energy from an oscillating current can radiate off a conductor into space as radio waves. So they are used in radio technology among other uses. Different sources specifically different upper or lower bounds for the frequency range. So then you got the NTP, which is the National Toxicology Program, and it states that the NTP plays a role in providing the scientific basis for programs, activities, and policies that promote health or lead to prevention of disease. Founded back in 1978, NTP, or the National Toxicology Program, plays a critical role in generating, interpreting, and sharing toxicology information about potential hazardous substances in our environment. A world leader in toxicology research, NTP has evaluated almost 3,000 environmental substances for potential human health effects. And last but not least, radio frequencies, or RFs. Radiation is used in many broadcast and communication appliances, including cell phones and wearable technologies. RF is a form of non-ionizing radiation that has the lowest energy in the electromagnetic spectrum. Non-ionizing radiation does not have enough energy to remove electrons from atoms and molecules, but has enough energy to heat substances such as in a microwave. So again, radio waves, microwaves, able to heat up substances, right? So let's continue with the article. Cell phones and radio frequency energy. Cell phones emit low levels of non-ionizing radiation when in use. The types of radiations emitted by cell phones is also referred to as radio frequencies, or RF energy, as we already went over that definition. As stated by the National Cancer Institute, quote, there is currently no consistent evidence that non-ionizing radiation increases cancer risk in humans. The only consistently recognized biological effect of radio frequency radiation is in humans in heating, right? Now, note, they stated that there is no evidence, right, in humans that it increases or causes a cancer risk. So keep that in mind, because we're going to come right back to the article in a minute. So let me continue. Public health data. The FDA also monitors and analyzes public health data on cancer rates in the United States population. The data clearly demonstrates no widespread rise in brain or other nervous system cancers in the last 30 years, despite the enormous increase in cell phone use during this period. In fact, the rate of brain and other nervous system cancer diagnosis in the United States has decreased for the last 15 years. So you got the FDA, and you also have others who are stating that, hey, cell phones don't cause any type of cancer. We really have no data, specifically on that. So what we're going to do here is go over to another instance. Let me see. This should be the one here. Let me make sure this is the right one. Exposure to radiation. Okay, yeah. So the other thing, remember, they said that it does not cause cancer, anything like that. So the next thing that we have is a news release. This is back from Thursday, November 1st of 2018, and this is on the National Institute of Health website, directly from them. The article states that high exposure to radio frequency radiation associated with cancer in male rats. The National Toxicology Program, or NTP, concluded that there's clear evidence that male rats exposed to high levels of radio frequency radiation, or RFR, like that used in 2G and 3G cell phones, develop cancerous heart tumors, right? And that was according to the final reports. There was also some evidence of tumors in the brain and the adrenal glands of exposed male rats. For female rats and male rats and female mice, the evidence was unequivocal as to whether cancer observed were associated with exposure to RFR, right? Or radio frequency radiation. And again, going back to the first article, that's the exact same type of waves that you get radio waves that heat up your food, right? So then if we're also getting a certain type of radio waves or energy directly from the cell phones, what does that then mean? But then they're also stating that, oh no, for the last 30 years, we've seen a decrease in any type of like cancers or all this other type of stuff. Seems a little bit weird, right? So the cancer can show up directly in mice and rats, but magically it's not showing up in humans, even though there is an abundance of use within the last 30 years of people having and carrying cell phones, having them directly up to their face, sleeping directly with them. In a lot of instances, women will hold their cell phones, in the waistband of their pants, next to their womb, right? Some women will put their phones directly in their bra, right? So, like I said before, it's a little bit weird to me that you're going to say that other creatures they're way more susceptible to this type of radiation, but humans magically have the ability to not be so susceptible, which means that it's not going to cause cancer. It doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense, right? They later stated, quote, the exposure used in the studies cannot be compared directly to the exposure that humans experience when using cell phones. And that was stated by John Butcher, who was a PhD, NTP senior scientist. In our studies, rats and mice receive radio frequency radiation across their whole body. By contrast, people are mostly exposed in specific local tissues close to where they hold their phone. In addition, the exposure levels and the durations in our studies were greater than what people experience. Now, again, they can bump this up directly to 10 when they're testing it on mice and testing on rats. That is very much true. But the problem is we're dealing with long term. You're doing this within a short time frame, boosting, the radio waves to whatever necessary amounts that you need in order to cause this type of cancer. But what happens if you get a certain duration, right? So we went from 2G, we went from 3G, we went from 4G, we're at 5G, and we're almost at 6G. And that's within a small amount of time that we're having that transition. And that's a bump in the amount of energy that your body is now taking. Your body got used to the 2 and 3G, right? It's probably weak, whatnot, or whatever. But now we're at 4 to 5. That's the difference, right? And then you got different lengths directly within dealing with, from the 4G and the 5G, right? So again, remember, in certain areas, cul-de-sacs, all these other things, you have certain people that are speaking out against, hey, we don't want you guys to put these 5G towers, directly within our living spaces, because there's no real studies specifically on what this is going to do, either short or long term. You guys just want to install these things here and pretty much call it a day, right? There's videos all over YouTube, IG, or Twitter, wherever you want to sit up there and go, where you have people having town hall meetings speaking out against this. So again, it's not just me, bringing this up or talking about it. Other people have been talking about this way since long before me, trying to bring awareness to people, trying to let people know, a lot of these things that are specifically out there. And, I'm just redoing this again due to the effect of, people are flying out to get the newest, iPhone and different things of that nature. And then I happen to remember some of the videos that I've seen online where people have done a party trick where they'll put 3 to 4 cell phones together and they will enable those cell phones to open up a bottle of wine. So I'm like, nobody finds that to be a problem. I mean, sure, it's a hell of a party trick, but it's able to open up a bottle of wine, which normally physically, people strain, specifically trying to do that. But they're just simply doing it with the radiation coming, directly from the phone. They later stated that the lowest exposure level used in the studies was equal to the maximum local tissue exposure currently allowed for cell phone users. This power level rarely occurs with typical cell phone use. The highest exposure levels in the studies was 4 times higher than the maximum power level permitted. Quote, we believe that the link between radio frequency radiation and tumors in male rats is real, and the external experts agree. The 30 million NTP study took more than 10 years to complete and are the most comprehensive assessments to date of the health effects in animals exposed to RFR with modulations used in 2G and 3G cell phones. 2G and 3G networks were standard when the studies were designed and are still used for phones, calling, and texting. Now, again, that was a 10-year study. And this came out, this article came out back in, remember, November 1st of 2018, right? We're in 2023, about to be in 2024. So what about 4G? What about 5G? What about the soon to be 6G? What about all of those? I would love to see a study on that. But the problem is, if they happen to do a study, it's going to take them probably about 20 years. They're going to take 10 years for the 4G, like they did with the 2 and 3G. And then they're going to take another 10 years for the 5G. And by the time within that 20-year time span, we're going to be, probably on, what is it, 9G or something. And I'm going to say 9G due to the effect of how it is that technology jumps, right? If you look at a chart and you look at how technology tends to jump periodically throughout the years, and it's getting closer and closer and closer, where it almost seems to be a new technological epoch, every, single so-and-so years versus, decades or 25 or 15 years, you'll know what I'm talking about. So the next thing that we'll go into is the National Library of Medicine. And this is something that they had up there, right? Just a little bit. Health risks associated with mobile phone users. They said in 2011, International Agency for Research on Cancer, or the IARC, classified mobile phone radiation possibly carcinogenic, means that there could be some risk of carcinogenesis. So additional research into long-term heavy use of mobile phones needs to be conducted. While an increased risk of brain tumors from the use of mobile phones is not established, the increased use of mobile phones and the lack of data for mobile phones use over a time period longer than 15 years warrants further research on mobile phones used and brain cancer risk. In particular, with the recent popularity of mobile phone use among younger people, potentially longer lifetime of exposure, WHO has promoted further research on this group and is currently assessing the health impact of RF fields on all study endpoints. Individuals who are concerned about radio frequency exposure can limit their exposure, including using an earpiece and limiting cell phone use, particularly among children. Scientists have reported adverse health effects of mobile phones, including changes in brain activity, reaction times, and sleep patterns. More studies are underway to try to confirm these findings. When mobile phones are used very close to some medical devices, including pacemakers, implantable defibrillators, and certain hearing aids, there is the possibility of causing interference with the operation. They also stated children have the potential to be at a greater risk than adults for developing brain cancer from cell phones. Their nervous systems are still developing and therefore are more vulnerable to factors that may cause cancer. So remember, throughout that whole article, it was iffy on if it is cancer or not. But then you had an organization that said that, hey, these radio waves are potentially carcinogenic. There needs to be more studies done. We need to sit up there and find out more things. And then the main thing that I technically really thought about every single time I see a parent hand their child, their baby, a cell phone, is that these kids are on these phones. They don't have time limits. So they're on these phones. So if like let's just put it like this. Um some of us really didn't have cell phones growing up, right? So there's a long period of time, a long period of duration that we were not exposed to a lot of these radio waves. But these kids, they're almost exposed to them since birth, or pretty much before and after birth. Because remember, when a woman is pregnant for those 9 months, in some instances, well, depending on how far along she is, she might be pretty much, bedridden, right? And preparing to give birth. So that means that she is on a cellular device, in the bed or in the house, watching TikTok on the phone and whatnot or what have you. And a lot of times, I see women put their phones directly on their stomach. I see women put their phones directly on, their chest. And I'm talking about specifically when women are pregnant. And if you're pregnant, again, you are giving these radio waves over to your child. The child has no way to really defend themselves from that. So this is why they set up to say that children have the potential to be at greater risk than adults for developing brain cancer. But again, this is not something 100% that you're going to hear about when you happen to go out there and get the brand newest phone. This is why I tell people before, it's very important to read the instruction manuals that come with your cell phone, because they'll tell you. They'll be like, hey, you got this cell phone. Realistically, you should keep this phone, several feet away from you. Right? You really even should not even have it on your person. Right? Because I'm not sure. I'm a little bit different in a sense, I guess. I guess I'm more sensitive to certain things. So if my cell phone happens to ring or different things of that nature, there will be times that I could happen to feel my cell phone go off before it actually rings, which means that is that radiation that is there. Like, depending on what your phone is, you can feel it at certain times. Like if you're sick or if you are potentially like partially in and out of sleep, you can feel it. Like I said, I'm going to go into something a little bit different because I know people are going to be, looking a little bit strange. Every person out here has an electromagnetic field. Weak, medium, strong. And depending on how you pay attention to your body, you can feel certain things. Like you can even, to an extent, you can feel other people, right? Or to certain extents, some people know when it is that somebody is specifically staring or looking directly at them because they can feel it, right? Now, again, science will be like, well, that doesn't make any sense. There's nothing to scientifically prove that that's even a thing, yada, 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 all the other type of good stuff, right? But all I'm stating is that when it comes to certain devices, and depending on how strong the energy is from them, you can specifically feel those devices going off or whatnot or whatever. You can feel that, right? So again, a lot of parents out there need to be very aware that you're handing your child a device that could potentially give them cancer. Like I said, I done read through two different things here. One is coming from, just in case, people want to backtrack and check. This article is written back in October 8th of 2014. And this is from the International Journal of Health Science. This is at the National Library of Medicine, National Center for Biotechnology Information. So this is an official United States government website. You can clearly go through, just in case you don't believe me. You don't think that what I'm saying is facts and all this. You can go and look at a government website that is listing this, that is telling you like, hey, yo, if your kids get exposure to cell phones earlier on, they got a greater potential risk than you to go through cancer. And then the other article that I read off to you guys, where it said, it was written Thursday, November 1st, 2018. And again, is from the United States Department of Health and Medicine. The United States Department of Health and Human Services, National Institute of Health, turning discovery into health. And it stated, high exposure to radio frequency radiation associated with cancer in male rats. So again, that's two different things on a government website telling you about cell phones and also telling you about radio waves. Then we got this one here, and this is coming from emfscientist.org. And this is an international appeal, right? And it states that scientists call for protection from non-ionizing electromagnetic fields. They stated, scientific basis for our common concerns. Numerous recent scientific publications have shown that EMF, or electromagnetic fields, affects living organisms at levels well below most international and national guidelines. Effects include increased cancer risk, cellular stress, increase in harmful free radicals, genetic damage, structural and functional changes of the reproductive system, learning and memory defects, neurological disorders, and negative impacts on general well being in humans. Damage goes well beyond the human race, as there are growing evidence of harmful effects to both plants and animal life. These findings justify our appeal to the United Nations, or the UN, and all member states in the world to encourage the World Health Organization, or WHO, to exert strong leadership in fostering the development of more protective EMF guidelines, encouraging precautionary measures, and educating the public about health risk, particularly risk to children and fetal development. That's why I listed what I told you guys earlier. By not taking action, WHO, or the World Health Organization, is failing to fulfill its role as the permanent international public health agency. So again, it's not just me being a quote unquote conspiracy theorist wanting to just put stuff directly out there. These are scientists who have actually done, some tests. They've studied this. They've watched this take place. So if they're telling you, and this is about the third article where they said that this can have a detrimental effect, and maybe even going to the extent of irreversible when it deals with fetal and when it deals with children, it can mess with genes. It can mess with DNA. So if people want to understand what being a test dummy or a test subject looks like, welcome home. Because as I stated to everybody before, a lot of the things that we just so happen to get were test dummies. They're literally doing open testing on every single person directly out here to figure out and to see what are the long-term effects. The reason why they haven't released any studies are because they're still conducting those studies, right? They have two different studies. They'll have the studies that they will specifically do in laboratories, and then they have the studies of which they will put directly onto the public. And this could be a lifetime. This could be probably like 50 years. And, within that 50-year time frame, then they'll start to slowly release some information talking about, oh, we've noticed an increase here and there and whatnot or whatever. But again, they will tell you the truth, but it's going to be, amongst a whole bunch of other types of information. Whole bunch of other types of information. And I also want to give a shout out to YouTube, because I've noticed that supernaturally, when I happen to showcase or talk about other things, numbers are looking real different. Magically we can have about a hot 40 to 50 people directly in here. But when you talk about something that's important and something that can have an irreversible impact on somebody's life, especially when it deals with children, magically it seems like notifications don't properly, go out. So I gotta pay attention to that. Gotta pay attention. Yo, Lamiko, what is up? What is up? MD, what is happening? What is happening? Timothy, what is up? Miss Barber, how are you doing? Lamiko says some years back, I read an article about how cell phone frequency can disturb your sleep patterns. It can. At one point in time, from my own experience, I can tell you that I used to be somewhat of a light sleeper. Like, how can I explain it? So just imagine like you're asleep. Like, imagine you're like, it's going to sound weird when I explain it, but I have to explain it like this. Imagine being like in two different worlds, right? So you're asleep and you're also awake at the same time. So it's like you can go through the dreams that you're having, but you can also hear and understand everything that is happening around and outside of your body, right? Meaning that if you got like family that's in the house or whatnot, or whatever, you can hear those conversations, right? While still being in a dream state. So for me, that's how it's been for technically some time. Like periodically, I guess you could consider that being like a light sleeper, or something to that effect. And then once I really started having the cell phone around me, like especially if I needed, if I used it for an alarm clock or an important call or whatnot, whatever, it would change, that type of pattern, right? Like normally you go through like three stages, like when you go to sleep, and then you would reverse that when you're basically waking up, right? So I can say that I've noticed differences in my sleep pattern by way of having a cell phone near me or very close to me. And again, certain effects, which I don't, and I'm going to reiterate this, I would never in my life, ever recommend anybody sleeping with a cell phone directly on their person. Um, because I think I fell asleep with a cell phone directly on me. And before it actually physically rang, you felt the energy because it was directly on my chest. You felt the energy of the phone, and then the phone directly rang. And it wasn't the ringing of the phone that woke me up, it was the reaction of the energy and how that specifically felt that directly woke me up because it was near my heart. So again, when they told you in that one article that it can have a reaction with people that have pacemakers or different things of that nature. I don't even have a pacemaker. I have a normal heart, right? But I still felt something there because of what the cell phone was specifically giving off, right? So again, I'm just trying to inform and tell people like, yo, you got to be very careful, especially when it deals with children, when it deals with growing kids, for especially women. Stop sleeping with these cell phones so close to you. Stop doing that. Stop having these cell phones directly in your bra. Stop doing that because you're at a very high risk of potentially getting some type of cancer or having other negative effects. Because if I go right back up, they said that most international and national guidelines, right? They said effects include increased cancer risk, cellular stress, increase in harmful free radicals, genetic damage, structural and functional changes of the reproductive system. Again, women, pay attention. So if there's women out here that don't know why it is that they're having problems conceiving, where do you normally put your cell phone? Like I said, when I've gone out and women want to, wear those tight workout pants and they don't have no pockets, women normally have their cell phone on their hip inside of those pants, facing towards their womb, facing towards the vagina. So again, this can cause damage to your DNA. And if it can cause damage to you as a full-blown adult, then what do you think that is going to do to a child or unborn child? And then he also later on stated learning and memory defects, neurological disorders, negative impacts on general well-being in humans, right? And he said that it goes far beyond just us as human beings. It also has been seen to cause harmful damage and effects when it comes to plants and wildlife. But yet this is what we have, directly with us every single day, right? Shout out to Hack. What is up? What is up? What is up? I'm just gonna say again, shout out to Ms. Barber. We got Gail in the building. What is up? What is up? Gail said it's funny that you should mention this because I was just wondering why 3 out of 5 children have autism. There's a lot of things. There's a lot of contributing factors that go directly into that. And you could also look into the foods that a lot of people eat, a lot of parents eat, right? You could also look at a lot of the things that people have been exposed to, over some years. Because, like I said before, go back to the 19, if you have people that are around that go back to the 70s, go back to the 60s, the 50s, and the 40s, you will start to see a sharp increase, right? Go back to the 40s, basically the 1900s. If they got studies going back that far, back during those times, and they would, show it little by little in certain movies. They'd be like, "Yo, this kid is maybe like on the spectrum, or something maybe a little bit off. Something may be wrong with him." Right? You saw that with I think what was that, George and Mice and Men or something like that, and you saw like that one instance. But as time basically goes by, you start to see this more and more, and it's now to the point where they're adding in these people as actors, right? To normalize it, to get people used to it. So again, media is doing what they normally do in order to let you know, like, hey, this is what's going on. This is what is, specifically out here. We're going to put this directly in your face so that it's normalized, so that you're used to it, so that you won't just so happen to, freak out. We're just going to, slowly let you know. Because again, you look at a lot of these studies, look at a lot of the charts, you will start to see, I said you will start to see a very, very sharp increase in kids getting autism. Just like if you go back, you'll start to see back in the 70s, the 60s, the 50s, the 40s, the 30s, kids were not allergic to a lot of food. You wasn't running into every single kid that was allergic to the whole periodic table, allergic to pineapples, allergic to bananas, peanuts, and all this. That wasn't really a thing. It was rare. It was rare because I remember going through school and somebody being allergic to something. Like I said, I remember somebody having, I think, almost sort of kind of the most common thing that I saw growing up was asthma. That was it. And that was still a few people. Now it's a whole nother thing out there. It's like you got people allergic to everything. And I'm like, how did this necessarily take place? And in order to understand that, you got to look at a lot of the foods. You got to look at a lot of the things that are allowed that we eat. Let me see. Just to sit up there and get a point across. Um, Let me see. So California is banning, right, a major food ingredient, right? California, even though California has a lot of problems, there are some good things to basically take from some of the stuff that they are, doing. Right. And I want to say it should be the red dam. I'm trying to skim through the article. So they said, according to today, the reason people believe that there is a Skittle ban is that the California bill originally included titanium dioxide in the list of prohibited ingredients. And Skittles do contain titanium dioxide. However, the version of the bill that passed does not ban titanium dioxide. So let's look up what titanium dioxide is, right? So, okay, titanium dioxide, also known as titanium oxide or titanium, is inorganic compound with a chemical formula TiO. 2. When used as a pigment, it is called titanium white or pigment white 6 or Cl77891. It is a white color that is insoluble in water. Although mineral forms can appear black as a pigment, it has a wide range of applications, including paint, sunscreen, and food coloring. When used as food coloring, it has E number E171, world production in 2014 exceeded 9 million tonnes. It has been estimated that titanium dioxide is used in 2/3 of all pigments, and pigment based on the oxides have valued at a price of $13.2 billion. Right? So we're going to see. I'm going to try to look up some chemical safety facts here. Matter of fact, let me go to that one. Let me just go back. Where did it go? Let me see. Health risks in food. Let's see if we got anything. It said that most research and safety for titanium dioxide has been done on animals. People concerned about the effects of titanium dioxide on humans may want to avoid the products containing the substance. Right? So they stated that one of the main uses for titanium dioxide as a food coloring, as a pigment, and enhances the whiteness and the opacity of such foods such as candies, coffee creamers, pastries, sauces, spreads, and edible ices, right? It can also enhance the flavors of non-white foods, most of which are processed. This includes fruits. Oh, they said processed. All right. So we got fruits, vegetables, meats, fish, soups, breakfast cereals. And some alcoholic beverages like beer, wine also contain titanium dioxide. Right? Safety and risk. The Food and Drug Administration, or FDA, has approved titanium dioxide for general use in foods as a concentration of more than 1% of the product's total weight. In 2019, the researchers noted that because titanium dioxide's oral absorption is low, that there is no established acceptable daily intake. Let's see here. What do they have? So inhalation effects, right? They said the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention stated that exposure to titanium dioxide through inhalation can affect the respiratory system. According to research, the International Agency of Research on Cancer, IARC, which I read an article about them earlier, concluded that there is sufficient evidence to show that titanium dioxide is a potential carcinogen in animals. They conclude this based on animal studies that show the development of respiratory tract tumors after prolonged titanium dioxide inhalation. More research is needed to determine whether prolonged inhalation may increase the risk of cancer in humans. This may be particularly important in applying cosmetic sprays, which may be accidentally inhaled. Side effects. Research into the side effects of titanium dioxide exposure in humans is very limited. While animal studies have shown that titanium dioxide may cause intestinal inflammation and respiratory tract tumors, that this draws conclusion about human effects from animal studies is problematic. If you are worried about the side effects of titanium dioxide, it may be best to avoid these products containing it. Titanium dioxide is commonly used in processed foods, so avoiding those foods could be beneficial. Right? So again, we're just going to relist it. They said that titanium dioxide is often present in foods like coffee creamers, pastries, candies, and sauces. Non-white processed foods like breakfast cereals, meat, and fish can also contain titanium dioxide. So again, this is also approved by the FDA. And the FDA approves a lot of other things as well. So again, people might want to, let me just put that up there just so people won't get lost real quick. Let me just do that because I should have did that while I was reading it, but I forgot about it. So let me just put that up there so that people can probably see that a little bit later on in the stream. But this is what I'm talking about here, right? I'm trying to make this a full screen for you guys so you can clearly see it. Fit the screen right there, right? So that's what I'm talking about, right? And that had to do with Skittles, because If anybody has eaten Skittles before, other than like the mystery Skittles, which are normally all white, and I think they have like a black S, normally on Skittles, every single color has a white S directly on it. That is the titanium dioxide of which they are referring to. So anytime you happen to eat a pastry and it's, white or whatever, you more than likely have some titanium dioxide directly within that. So, again, you got people working in these facilities. You got people that, bake or a variety of other things. They stated that titanium dioxide can cause tumors within the intestinal tract, right? And it could also cause some other issues as well. This is why, again, minus all the other problems that California has, they are technically ahead of other United States when it comes to passing certain laws that are actually beneficial to people in their lifespan and their health. So again, this just goes back into the effect of, talking about certain things that are detrimental to people that people might not realistically, know about. We finally got Tippy directly in the building. Look at this. We got Pink in the building. What is up? What is up? We got Khalib said, did you hear about the active volcano in Italy? I think I might have. Let me make sure to bookmark some of the stuff that I'm talking about here. Italy. Let me see. Let me just go to news. Let me see. So that is not top news. So we gotta actually type it in. Here we go. Italy volcano. A huge volcano near Naples has been convulsing. And what does it mean? Italy's sleeping giant increased seismic activity at the Fellegrine Field super. Oh, that's a super volcano. Oh boy. Well, let me tell y'all something. It's not even. I'm laughing due to the fact of I'm not sure if anybody saw the movie. It's an old movie from the '90s, and it has the 007 during that time directly in it. It should have been called Dante's Peak, and Dante's Peak, if I remember correctly, that had to deal with a super. It had to deal. It should have been Yellowstone, if I'm remembering correctly. I think it had to do with Yellowstone. Because if people don't know or not, Yellowstone is a super volcano, cauldron or whatever. Um, and it's underground, it's deep underground. Like imagine basically your skin and imagine that you can see, that like, let's say like a pimple is on your face, but it's so underneath, it's underneath like, let's say like the second layer of skin, but it's there because you can feel it and you can see like that little heel. That's how the super volcano is. That's exactly how it is. It's there, but you really can't see it like every other volcano. And that's one of the main things that makes it so dangerous because it's slightly sort of kind of active here and there. It has a collection of magma along with other gases, and you don't specifically know when it's going to go off or what could potentially also set that thing off. And the amount of smoke and other gases and debris that can come from that is very dangerous, and it will be um, globally changing by meaning blocking out sunlight, right? It'll dim the amount of energy, that will be able to escape. Like it's weird in a sense because depending, you could have enough sediment that can go directly into the air where it can block out the sunlight, and then we're looking at a winter, right? We're looking at global temperatures dropping down, right? You're looking at loss of vegetation. You're looking at loss of sea life as well, especially if it deals with the sunlight when it deals with the surface level. So you got plankton, right? So if you have a lack of plankton that is directly in the ocean, which a lot of sea life depends on, a lot of that sea life is going to go away because they don't have any other way to, really get the energy and the life source that they need. And that means a lot of whales because you got whales that have bristles Or if you ever like look at your toothbrush, you got certain whales that have teeth just like that because they suck in the water and then they gather in, the plankton and the other, things that they need, in order to, live. So, like I said, it's something, but they got everybody else focused on, all this other stuff that's going on. But yet you got something that can realistically change the globe. But you don't see people posting about this and talking about it all over social media like you see them talking about other stuff. Like I said, it's crazy. It's real crazy. Like I told y'all before, if they're talking about one thing and they got you really looking at it, what are the other things that they are not specifically talking about or telling you about? What are the specific things that other people are not directly telling you about or highlighting as well if they got you solely focused on this one issue? Right? So in a LA Bibble, they're stating that scientists are getting worried about a volcano in Italy, and people should be prepared. So again, like I said before, people better pay attention. People better pay attention to what is happening because I promise you, if that volcano goes off, that's going to cause because a lot of things on the planet are linked, including volcanoes, including tectonic plates. So if one is going to go off somewhere else, something else is going to transpire, right? So that means that other volcanoes may just so happen to go off somewhere else or deep sea that we can't see, or that may facilitate the growth of other volcanoes we won't, happen to know about up until some years later. Or it could just do both, you know. So shout out to Khalif to for bringing that directly to my attention. Uh, what did Gail say? Gail said explains the mysterious increase in cancer cases among the young. Yep. Tippy said maybe we should go back to house phones and caller IDs. Yo, caller IDs like pagers and caller IDs and stuff. Though that was like fun times. So like having those phones and stuff, it was fun times. Very 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 fun times. I can tell you, very fun times. Yo, we got Ty in the building. What is up? What is up? What is up? Gail said, "Well, I said you dropping gems and the effects on the eggs in the ovaries because unlike sperm, they aren't renewed." Yeah, that's facts. That's facts. And then just because Gail mentioned that, just think about, anybody having like a young daughter and how much time they spend around cell phones and where they specifically place, those cell phones or hold those cell phones. And then you end up inevitably at some point in time, further down the line, uh, that young girl growing to a older woman, be like, yo, I'm having, I might have breast cancer or I might have ovarian cancer or something like that. Like I said, a lot of these things transpire by way of a multitude of things culminating into one event. So again, we got radiated food that we just so happen to eat. We got polluted food that we happen to eat. We got polluted air. We got polluted water. Then we also got radiation coming directly from cell phones that they're telling us are not causing any type of radiation or cancer, even though that there are studies showing you that there is tumor growth and everything like that taking place in other animals, right? So, like I said, you got everything hitting you all at once. Khalib said, I took a break from being on my phone for like a week and all my headaches went away. Yep. Yo, Captain Sony Pony, what is up? What is up? What is up? Khalib said, our food is banned in like 8 countries. That's how toxic it is. That's facts. That is 100% facts. Matter of fact, let me look some up real quick. American foods banned around the world. That's what we're going to do. Oh yeah, and then California also bans the red food dye as well. Let me see. 28 American foods that are banned in other countries. So we got brominated vegetable oil, which is a common ingredient in sodas, right? Uh, we got our American milk that is also banned as well because they add hormones. You got the food dye that is in, Kraft macaroni and cheese and other types of macaroni and cheese as well. Another ban you got, quote unquote, pink slime, right? You got that is banned. You got GMOs or genetically modified foods. You got chlorine treated chicken, right? They said according to the United States, chlorinated chicken is safe for consumption. The chickens are treated with chlorine in order to remove harmful bacteria. The EU and the UK, however, aren't too sure, and it has been banned since 1997. I want people to pay attention to this, though, right? They tell us all the time that chicken is very dangerous, right? But yet, it only seems that in the United States, we seem to really suffer from, let's say, salmonella and all this other type of stuff. But mind you, when you look over in Europe, you don't really hear a whole bunch of stories talking about they got a salmonella and E. coli outbreak and all. We're always having this in the United States. But yet, our chicken is treated with chlorine to, quote unquote, get rid of harmful bacteria. What is it really doing? Because everybody else seems to be doing completely fine. You got people in other countries, you got people in African countries, they cook chicken all the time. You don't hear of them having E. coli and salmonella outbreaks. But in the United States, where we are a first world country, we're suffering with all of these problems. But yet, our food is fixed so that we don't have to deal with it, right? Pork is also banned. They said that American pork is banned in 160 of the 196 countries in the world. Why is that? Because much of it contains the growth hormone. Well, a growth hormone, right? Which is called ractopamine or pamine, right? It allows companies to produce more meat using less feed. These drugs cause many pigs to become so large that they can barely stand or walk. They suffer terribly at slaughterhouses, being trampled, dragged, and electrically prodded. Certain breads that are produced, right? They said wraps, rolls, breadcrumbs, bagels, and flatbreads made in America contain a chemical called potassium bromate. This is an oxidizer that helps rise bread. It has also been linked to kidney and thyroid cancers in rodents. Again, they're letting you know the animal studies. So if this type of stuff that they put into these breads that we take in and eat every single day, right? If this is what it does to rodents, what is it doing to us? Because we're eating, let's say, McDonald's, we're eating Burger King, we're eating all types of pizzas, we're eating all types of pastries, right? So even if we're not eating out and we got stuff inside the house, we're still taking in these chemicals daily. So then what is that specifically going to do to us, right? And it said it is banned in Europe, Canada, and China, so you won't find any American bread products there, right? And then they also said frozen food dinners. They have another chemical that is an additive in American foods, American breads that is banned in Australia, the UK, and most of Europe. It is also found in frozen dinners and packaged baked goods. Another leaving agent. Scientists have linked it to cancers in rodent. In fact, it has been banned in Europe for over 10 years. So that's another one, right? So whenever you happen to look at these banquet meals or the XXL, meals for men and stuff like that, whenever you happen to look at something and it has like a paragraph in a book on the back, you might as well not even buy it because that's not even food no more. I can promise you, take it from experience, that's not even food no more. It might taste great. It might be completely fine and dandy to eat or whatever because it fills you up, but realistically, it's trash and it is junk. They also said sugarcane. American sugarcane is treated with a weed killer, astrazine, linked to birth defects, productive tumors, skin sensation, and muscle degeneration. It is banned in the European Union. It is also easily linked into waterways where it harms wildlife and the environment. Fat-free products, right? We were all taught that, yo, fat-free is good. Fat-free is good. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Just like they say with sugar-free, right? So fat-free. They said many fat-free snacks in America are made fat-free by using something called, what is that? Ulstra, Olistra, right? Not only has it been linked to gastrointestinal disease in children and terrible diarrhea in adults, but it also has been shown to increase appetite. This is why both Canada and Europe have banned it. So this is why if you ever see somebody they talking about they on a fat-free diet and it look like they ain't really lose no weight and they just gaining more fat, that's why. Because the chemicals that they put in fat-free, it makes you eat more. So again, if you wonder why we also have a higher obesity rate, look at the foods. Look at the chemicals that they specifically put out there. Next, they got chewing gum. American chewing gum contains a preservative, and it is known to cause cancer in rats. It is also found in cereal, baked goods, packaging cosmetics, snack foods, meat, butter, dehydrated potatoes, and beer. It is banned in Japan, the United Kingdom, and much of Europe. Oh, that's crazy. And the chewing gum that they're showing, I remember that small multicolored chewing gum because I used to love that as a kid. Wow, they're going for my food. That's crazy. So now they got salmon. They said wild caught salmon is pink because of the chemical. I'm sorry, yeah, because of what they take in their diet. American farmed salmon, however, do not eat a natural diet. Because of this, the farmers feed them synthetic chemical. This can also potentially cause eyesight damage and is therefore banned in Austria and New Zealand. So, you basically learn something right there. Naturally caught salmon have a type of pinkness directly there because of what they naturally eat. Farm salmon don't naturally have that because they're not in that ecosystem. So they are fed this in order to produce that type of look. Fruit Loops. Oh man, you gotta be kidding me. I mean, I knew it, but it's like that's childhood right there. They said Fruit Loops and Fruity Pebbles. If it wasn't obvious, Fruit Loops are made from artificial dyes. Many of these dyes have adverse health effects on both children and adults. These include cancers and healthy DNA mutate. Wait. How do you say healthy DNA mutations? What's healthy about a DNA mutation? I'm a little bit confused. How did they write this? Wait, so is this going to give me like powers and I'm going to be at the professor at schools for like gifted children? Like, is that what's going to happen if I eat more Fruity Pebbles and Fruit Loops? Because they literally put in the article healthily healthy DNA mutation. I'm highly confused. Anytime that there's a DNA mutation, it's usually negative. It's usually like free radicals. Usually something dealing with uh, uh, a cause of radiation or what have you, right? But anyways, he said for this reason, Norway, Finland, France, and Austria have all banned them, right? Nutrigrain, fake blueberries, the artificial dyes used to make the artificial blueberries you see in Nutrigrain bars, toaster waffles, and most prepackaged fake blueberry contain foods that are made from petroleum. Ooh, that's bad. They have been linked to brain cancer, nerve cell degeneration, and hyperactivity. It is banned in Norway, France, Finland, Austria, and the UK. Many of these blueberry snack foods still exist there. They just contain real blueberries. I mean, that's smart. You can have like dry blue. I don't understand why don't just use dry blueberries instead of using all this fake stuff. But again, this shows you how diabolical the government actually is. So next we got M&Ms, the classic. So they said that the next time that you're in the EU, have you ever looked at the ingredient list on the package of M&Ms? You'll see things like red cabbage, lemon, and radish. This is because the food dyes used in America's M&Ms are banned for use in these countries. Again, the countries are concerned about the risk of hyperactivity in children, among other health risks such as cancers, as they listed above. Right. So now we got the classic cherries. Right. What is this? Again, this is unedited, so we're just going to go with hold on. This is how we're gonna do. We're gonna do the translate real quick because I ain't trying to mispronounce nothing. Let's just pull that up real quick. Okay, so we all heard it. Maraschino, right? So maraschino cherries in the United States are given their bright red color via a red dye 40. This is also used in grenadine and many cherry pie mixes. This dye is banned in France, Belgium, Switzerland, and Denmark. Over health and safety concerns. These concerns are similar to those already mentioned in the article about food dyes. So you got cancers and tumors. Apples. They say one apple a day keeps the doctor away. Perhaps in this case of American apples, it's the opposite. This is because non organic apples in the United States are coated with a chemical filled wax to give them that super shiny appearance. These chemicals have been linked to certain cancers and are therefore banned in the EU. So, whenever you happen to have an apple, this is why people tell you always put your fruits and your vegetables, soak them in water, use baking soda and whatnot, soak them in water, and you wash them thoroughly so that you can get rid of that waxy coating, right? Because again, I'll put it to you like this: I can't tell you how many times when I was younger, I'm like, yo, I just want an apple to eat. I would just, get an apple, and either from the store or if it was at the school, and you'll do like the classic, do a little bit of rub on your t-shirt, maybe on a whole apple or whatever, and then you'll start, eating it. Now, the funniest thing is the thing that I noticed over time that I thought originally, okay, well, I'm rubbing the apple, I'm getting like the dirt off, right? Because I'm in school or whatever. That was that coating that they're talking about, that waxy coating. So when I would look on my clothes, I would see like a little bit of white directly there where I rubbed the apple. Again, that's that waxy coating that is there. That's the same coating that they're telling you is banned in other countries and has been linked to certain cancers. This is why it's banned in the EU. Chocolate milk. Not all chocolate milk are made equal. Many American brands contain a chemical called carrageenan. This is a emulsifying agent used to stabilize the thicken many processed foods. Research has linked it to heart disease causing inflammation, Parkinson's, and Alzheimer's. So for anybody out there that likes having chocolate milk, I haven't had chocolate milk in years. You might want to stop. If your kids like chocolate milk at school, you might want to happen to stop them because it'll go a long way if you happen to stop them from, taking it in right now, right? Because you don't want your kids later on in life suffering from inflammation, Parkinson's, or Alzheimer's disease. Next, we got ketchup. Ketchup is America's favorite condiment, but let's be honest, we all know that it is not good for us. The sugar contained alone will make your head spin. In 2011, France banned ketchup in all schools and university cafeterias. They cited two reasons: health and the protection of their own cuisines. Next, we got potato chips. BHT strikes again. The chemical added to your chips to keep them fresh and crispy is banned in the UK, Japan, and many European countries. No American chips to be found there. So now we got the classic American cheese. Many United States dairy products include cheese contain the hormones. Matter of fact, we're going to do it like this. We're going to go directly to that Google Translate so we can translate this clearly. Okay, recombinant. Gotcha. So, many United States dairy products, including cheese, contain the hormone recombinant bovine growth hormone, or RG or RBGH. I remember hearing about that in a documentary dealing with cows and milk and how that was passing through the cows into the milk and into the kids. This hormone is a synthetic version of the natural one used to increase milk production in cows. It can also cause inflamed udders and infertility. Not only is it inhumane, but in humans, it could cause various types of cancer. It is banned in 30 different countries, right? Then we're about to move on to number 23, but let me just go through these comments real quick. To be said, Volcano Italy, I didn't hear about that. News been stuck on, it's been stuck on those two areas. Cleve said plant-based scientists try to argue that GMOs is okay since I've been doing it since the dawn of time, but they're doing it a different way. It's not the same process. They're actually going into the DNA. Yeah. Yep. Captain Sony says supermarkets are the new labs. That is facts. Cleve said this food is putting more people in the hospital, so they're making more money off of that. And it's also putting people in the morgue, which they're also, yeah, they're making money hand over fist. That's why, case in point, I said a long time ago in a whole different video that if it comes to a point in time that we're inching towards or going towards a war, you're not going to have a pandemic. Right? It has to be either one or the other, right? You can't tell people that, hey, we're about to go to war, we're at war, and then you're going to have a pandemic at the same time. That's not going to work out. So if we have a war, just note, chances are very great that there's not going to be a pandemic. But if a war, pay attention, if a war does not break out, chances are very great that we're going to have a pandemic. Remember, there was a live stream I gave to y'all earlier where they said that we're in the works for a tridemic. Tridemic. Right? So that has to do with everything from about 2.5 years ago, along with respiratory virus and the common cold. Notice how the common cold just magically started showing back up. Magically, a lot of things did not exist for about 2.5 years. Like I said, somebody needs to explain that to me. Magically, for 2.5 years, a lot of diseases did not exist. Supernaturally, I'm just saying. Not being a conspiracy theorist. I'm just saying, magically, a lot of other things, people wasn't suffering and passing on from a lot of other diseases. It was only one thing. Just saying. Maybe it's just me, though, in looking at the news and what it is that they put out there, right? Gail said, spend your life working, thinking about how much money you have stashed away for those few years of doctor's appointments and pain instead of figuring out how to be productive as well as enjoy life. Yep. Gail said, correction, the present and while you're able. Yeah. Khalif said, can you look up the awesome rates as compared to the United States, I guess? You mean the rates of, is it autism or cancer that you're referring to? Robert S., what is up? Timmy said, I wasn't around at the time, but those 80s clear phones with them lights look real. Yo, I had one of those. In the 90s, I had one of those phones where it was completely clear, and when somebody would call, you would see the lights, show up. You would see the internal workings. Like for me, I like seeing the internal workings of how stuff works. This is why I got like the glass on, the side of my computer. So I can, when it cuts on and everything, you can kind of see everything moving and working and, different stuff like that. That's why I like mechanical watches, which is dope. Like it's fascinating, right? Captain Sony said foods with heavy metals, bars. Khalif said there's a lot of estrogen in our water and other chemicals. Not to mention, Khalif, that there is also estrogen that has been said to be in the lining of a lot of canned foods as well, such as like the vegetables and stuff. It's been stated to have estrogen in that as well, right? And again, people can look up studies on, consumption of estrogen and what that can do and all this other type of stuff. Like I said, I ain't gonna say nothing, but look it up. And I think they also did a study on that on frogs too. Quite interesting. Tippy said, and those vintage phones where you have the dial. Oh, you talking about the rotary phones? Yeah. Captain Sony said Dr. Sabi was on point. Yeah, as always, as bars. Tippy said, call me crazy, but men need to go out and hunt the food. Women stay in the house and cook the food. Well, I'll tell you this. Back in those times of the hunters and the gatherers, you didn't hear of nobody going through autism. You didn't hear nobody going through and dying of cancer. You didn't hear none of that because we weren't eating trash. We weren't eating garbage. The government wasn't allowing garbage to be out there. Like I said before, this is what happens when you have the government and corporations directly in bed. The FDA knows that a lot of the stuff that we consume on an everyday basis is detrimental, but they're like, well, it's only detrimental if you consume it in high amounts. They know that they have certain additives in these foods that make people addicted. This is why not too long ago, McDonald's was sued because the oil that they were actually using, it made people want to eat those fries more. And McDonald's knew that. This is why at one point in time, like when you look at the 80s and the 90s and so on, this is why people were like, yo, I'm just in line just to get some fries. Because of the chemical that was specifically there. Again, if you don't believe me, I just went over something within the last 23 of the items up here, where in low fat foods, they have a chemical up there that makes people want to eat more. So while you're not getting all of the fat that you get from all of these normal foods, they still put a chemical in there to want to make you eat more of it. So then you're still going to be obese. You're still going to be overweight. You're still going to be suffering from high cholesterol. You're still going to have, potential heart disease and congestive heart, failure and different things in the nature. Like a lot of things are still going to take place because they are able to put certain chemicals in there. But again, it's not really a problem if people don't eat these things in high amounts. You can say that for anything, but we all know with society, if people like something, they're going to eat a lot of it. So, like I said, they're making money hand over fist, right? Khalif said America puts profit over people. That's facts. That's facts. Yo, Candy, what is up? What is up? What is up? What is up? Said Canada here. Much love and appreciation to you and yours in Canada. I also heard that Canada, by way of Abba and Preach and a few other content creators, that people are trying to move out of Canada because of the rent, the job situation, because of how the government is basically doing the Canadian people. Also due to the telecommunications and everything else dealing with Trudeau. Y'all got a lot of stuff. Y'all got a lot of stuff over there. So my condolences. Like I said before, we got a lot of stuff over here in the United States. I mean, I guess people are seeing some better stuff over here, I guess. I'm not sure. I'm not directly sure what that could be, but I mean, hey, if it happens to work out for people, it works out. Because I think what is it, even Drake is getting a house directly over here. Now I'm not sure if he has dual citizenship. He has the money to sit up there and do it, but we'll see. We will see. Timmy said my favorite gum is Juicy Fruit. Hack said no, not Fruit Loops. Yeah, man, it's all bad. Hack said you'll be an X-Men Seiji. Yo, I hope that is a fact. I would love to have some reality warping powers like Mr. M. That'd be great. I don't care about no other powers. Give me those. I'm completely fine. Completely fine. Pink said a healthy DNA mutation is Black Lightning. That's true. That's facts. That is 100% facts. You got Black Lightning, Static Shock. That's bars. Khalif said, what do you think is the proper age for a child to get a phone? I would almost want to say past single digits. So like once they're like, let's say like preteen age, right? Because I've watched a lot of videos of small children on cell phones or on tablets. And because they're not doing nothing else, because remember, a lot of these kids, they're not going outside to play no more. They'll sit there on, the cell phone, they'll sit there on their tablet. They're not really trying to go out. Like when I was younger, like, yo, we used to sit up there and just go out and play. We used to play tag. We used to play hide and seek. We used to play with super soakers. We used to, snowball fights, all that type of stuff, right? And now you don't really, in a sense, see that. You barely see a lot of these kids going out there trying to, play basketball or something, do like some type of physical activity, right? And again, this is why we got high obesity rates directly in kids because there's not like a middle ground. Like it's different if a lot of these kids they are on some type of like, let's say like they might be on like the computer or whatever playing like World of Warcraft, but then they're also going out there and being physical, such as they might be taking like a martial arts or MMA. They might be doing track or weightlifting or basketball or football. Like you got a nice medium there, right? Because they're doing something that has them stationary, but then they're also working off all of that stationary, weight. that was being held during that time or whatever. I might have put it wrong, but y'all get what I'm saying. But I would say like probably like pre-teenage, like single digits. Like kids should be active. Kids should be learning different things, like languages. If they, I'll put it to you like this: if they happen to have a cell phone or a tablet, they should, in a sense, be learning how to take that apart and to put it back together. They should be learning like some inner workings or something, something that they can actually carry with them, something that can be used as a foundation, as a building block that they can carry with them through life and build upon that, and then figure out like, yo, I was into this when I was younger, so maybe I'm an architect, maybe I'm an engineer, right? Maybe I want to, actually build computers or, something like that. Tippy said, I don't eat apples raw. I get nauseated afterwards. So I make applesauce or pies. Huh. I never heard of somebody getting nauseated from apples. Huh. You might be sensitive to the chemicals. It might be what it is. Cleve said apples help stop aging. Yeah. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Along with some other fruits with many different like antioxidants and different things like that too. Tippy said, what about packaged salad? Well, we didn't get there yet. We still got, I think, 2 more left. So let me see. We got 3 more left, actually. I'm just going through the comments trying to catch up real quick. Captain Sony Pony said Granny Smith apples are the best. Khalif said they also clean your teeth. That's facts, yeah. Tippy said I like chocolate milk with marshmallows. With the angry face. Candy said French's ketchup is good. Was that listed? I don't think that was listed. I might have to look at that one. Gail said he says this as I shove a chip into my mouth. My apologies, Gail. My apologies. Gail said cheese been waxy as hell lately. Yeah, that's facts. Tippy said people say grow your own food, which is great, but during the growing process, you still need to eat other foods from the store. So it's hard trying to eat healthier when the healthy foods are not as good. I mean, that's true, but the other problem with trying to grow your own foods is the fact that more and more you have the government trying to stop people from growing their own foods, right? Because number one, they're making money from the processed foods and the companies and everything like that. And then on top of that, they get to control what it is that is getting put directly into your body. Because remember, you don't specifically own you. The government owns you. So if nobody knows what I'm talking about, go research your birth certificate. Go research your social security number. Matter of fact, I don't even have my wallet. Wait, do I got my wallet there? All right, so it's been a while since I did it. I really wish that the time that I did it, I probably would have recorded it so that I would have proof. But when you go to, I'm not sure how it is in Canada, so Candy might have to do this a little bit different. But for anybody in America, when you look at your social security card, you have a number that is directly on the back, right? And you can look up that number and you can find the federal bank that is linked to. I forgot if mine was like Chicago or if it was like Philadelphia. I forgot it was one of them. It was one of the large like federal banks that is directly in the United States. But like I said, go look up a lot of this information. Go look up a lot of these informations. Like I said before, there was at a point in time, I want to say like 2017, 2018, there was a specific point in time where you saw videos online where people were looking up a lot of their information, dealing with their birth certificates and their social security numbers, and they were finding out a lot of interesting things. A lot of interesting things. So, like I said, I mentioned and I list stuff directly in a lot of these live streams. Um, you know, just to put things out there to, hope that people will be interested enough to decide to go out on a limb and look these things up for themselves to get a further understanding of exactly what it is. Because again, the government is able to do a lot of these things because we are property of a corporation. We are property of the American government, right? So every time you have a child, that child is not really yours. It is the government. This is why the child protective services and the police can come directly into your house and take your child directly from you, because that is not your child. They are registered and owned by America. This is why they can come into the house again, and they can also take you, because you are property of the United States, right? So let's keep going. What else we got? Tippy said, "Cause they're controlling foods and plant seeds, so they just do their best." Yeah, and that's why a lot of foods don't happen to come with seeds anymore, because they don't want you growing your own food. They want you to be dependent directly on the government, and that's the same government that tells you that they want you to be independent from them. But yet they do a lot of things to make you very dependent on the government. So if we ever fall on hard times or war times, or if there was ever like a martial law, again, when they happen to tell you that you better make sure that you cannot hold food in your house that lasts more than 30 days. If you don't believe what I'm saying, go look it up. They do not want you holding food directly in your house that can last you past 30 days. They do not want you to do that. They will literally, if they find out that you got it, they will come in and take all of that. So again, people got to pay attention to a lot of the things that is not being shown and not being talked about. Yo, Miss Williams, what is up? What is up? What is up? Said, we have been surviving them poisoning our food and water. It makes some of us appear debilitated, and our minds don't communicate well with our bodies. That's facts. Yo, Pure Black, what is up? What is up? Pure Black said, MSG. Khalif said, do you think the estrogen is causing more males to be and is creating a hormone disbalance in their bodies? Yes. Irregardless of whatever it is that other people want to sit up there and say, I will tell you yes. Some people will sit up there and say that, hey, I was born this way, I was this, I was that. You can be influenced by a variety of things. You can be influenced by friends, by families. You can be influenced by books. You can be influenced by cartoon characters, movie characters. You can be influenced by your favorite idols. Or you can have external influences that had a negative impact, and then that, placed something directly there. So there's a multitude of different things that can culminate and cause a thing to happen. So to Khalib's question, that is a yes. Do I think that it can cause that? That is a yes. Because like I said, once you start to have an abundance, I'll put it to you like this. Once you start to put more estrogen in men, they start to develop fatty tissue. Like you'll start to see more men have as what they call male breasts. You'll start to see that, take place. Right? Or just like if a child at a point in time ate some birth control, that influx of those chemicals, which are meant for women, will start to have another effect. It'll be a short-term effect, but it will have an effect where you will start to see certain types of weight gain. You'll start to see quote unquote man breasts, basically occur, and stuff of that nature. So yeah, too much of anything is not good. That's the main thing that my mom still tells me to this day. Too much of anything. Pure Black said MSG facts. Miss Williams said the Cat Williams Dark Matter tour. He said their potatoes are white on the outside and the inside. Huh. That's interesting. Tippy said we need highly masculine men like Kratos to run the world. Oh my God. Here she goes. Miss Williams said they can't touch the potatoes for 3 weeks because the chemicals are toxic. Oh, I think I know what you're talking about. I think I know what you're talking about because I saw a small little documentary on, I think it was like potatoes or potato chips or stuff like. I know what you're talking about. I know what you're talking about. Captain said our bodies are unique to a point, creating resistance after prolonged use. So new poison, food, needs to be introduced to the people. But see, the thing that I also told people before is that if you really want to, how they do it is if they really want to attack everybody, they attack one. right? So what they'll do is in black communities, they've put things such as radiated milk. If you don't know what radiated milk or anything like that is, go look, some of that stuff up. They'll put certain foods that will give, heart disease or different things of that nature directly there, right? Because they'll test these things out because if it works on black people, it's going to work on everybody else. And like I said, that's what a lot of people don't just so happen to understand. A lot of people will say that, oh, all of these things are happening to everybody. It's not just happening to one. No, if they need to test out something brand new to make sure that it's actually going to work, they're going to sit up there and test it out in black communities first. Like they've always tested out things on black people first. Like I said, go back and look at uh, how it is that they worked on polio, like the polio vaccine. Go and look at that. Go and look at how that took place, right? Like I said, case in point, Henrietta Lacks. They didn't take cells from everybody in order to sit up there and cure stuff. They took cells from one woman, a black woman, in order to be able to make up a lot of these vaccines and a lot of these cures and all this other type of stuff. So going back to the thing that people like to sit up to say is it's happening to everybody and everybody is the same. Everybody is not the same because if everybody had Henrietta Lacks cells, this world would be a whole different place. The things that we're actually going through and suffering from, we really more than likely really wouldn't be suffering from it. Cleve said, Captain, I guess my hypothesis is correct. Gail said, I didn't allow mine one until she was 14. Bars. Miss Williams said, I'm Jenny Appleseed. Miss Williams said, packaged salad. Why do that to yourself? LOL, it came free, but you might as well cut up cucumbers, tomatoes, lettuce, oil and vinegar, salt and pepper. That's bars. That's bars. Miss Williams said, what's up? What is up? Miss Williams, what is up? What is up? Gail said, Corey Gamble hips. Wait, what? I do not even know what that means. That went directly over my head. All right, so I caught up. So let me finish off with the last few, right? So number 23, Coffee Mate. Many of us can't start our day without coffee, and plenty enjoy using a little or a lot of Coffee Mate coffee creamers in our cup of coffee. Unfortunately, this product contains trans fats from cottonseed oil and hydrogenated soybean that can lead to heart disease. Denmark, Norway, Iceland, Hungary, Austria, and Switzerland have all banned Coffee Mate. Number 24, high fructose corn syrup. HGCS is not full on ban in the EU or the UK, but is restricted. This is due to its connection with obesity and type 2 diabetes. So remember, let me just go over this again. High fructose corn syrup is in connection and causes obesity and type 2 diabetes. That is HGCS, high fructose corn syrup. Though it's still common in America, especially in I guess I say pop, but everybody else say soda or soda pop drinks, it's best to avoid it. And I have a 2 liter directly in my in my refrigerator. That's why I sit up there and tell y'all I pick and choose my poison. I might not drink, I might not smoke, but I do take in some garbage. That's that happens. Number 25, we got palm oil. Most commercial peanut oil is filled with sugar, salt, and palm oil. Not only is it bad for human health, but its cultivation is one of the top causes of deforestation in the Amazon. Many European countries have banned it for this reason. It's not also one of the main causes, but deforestation is taking place in the Amazon. And if people don't know it or not, the Amazon is pretty much a lung of the world. That is where a lot of our oxygen, in a sense, comes from. And if you basically go and look at previous pictures of the Amazon and you look at the Amazon now, you'll notice a lot of deforestation. And like I said before, this is being done on purpose. We're not using a lot of wood everywhere around the world. We're not even doing that. Like I said, you got some people that are like, yeah, what we need to do is we need to cut down, a lot of the trees in the forest, and we need to bury them in order to lock in the carbon. If anybody knows how trees work, Trees and plants absorb the carbon and they release oxygen. So burying trees is not going to basically hide or keep the carbon locked in. It's stopping fresh production of oxygen while increasing the carbon that is already out there. Like I said before, this is why it's very good to go through science. Because if you let some of these quote unquote smart people talk, it seems smart to people that don't know or that don't understand or don't sit up there and question stuff. But like I said, that is not how trees work. You don't lock in carbon by cutting down the trees and burying them. You're stopping the production of oxygen. Like I said, that's crazy. The stuff that they be saying out here is completely crazy. So next we got artificial sweeteners. Many sweeteners, I'm sorry, many sweets made for people with diabetes or simply for people who want baked goods without sugar are too good to be true. They contain artificial sweeteners that the EU officially banned in 2017 through 2018. There are several different side effects of these chemical products, which comes to no surprise, they are artificial, all of them. So this is why I used to tell a lot of people like, yo, if you're going to be still using sugar, you might as well still be using sugar. You just swap to brown sugar or whatnot or whatever. If you go to stevia or all these other, it's artificial sweetener. It's going to be worse. It's processed. It's chemical, right? The stuff that we already have, the white sugar, it's already bad. But you know what bad it is. You don't know what that process, that real processed sugar that's chemically based, you don't know what that's going to do. And you don't even know the long-term effects. Uh, Speaking of which, number 27, stevia. Though highly popular in North America and parts of Asia, the EU and the UK still have a firm ban on the low-calorie sweetener stevia. Their concerns is over the lack of evidence that it is safe to consume. There is some evidence to suggest that it could contribute to male infertility and some cancers. So again, for any of those who like coffee, don't allow them stop using stevia because it could cause infertility in men and it could also cause some cancers. This is the umpteenth time that we've heard something on here talk about, hey, it causes cancers. It leads towards cancers. It can create tumors. Next, we got trans fats. I think, yeah, this is the last one. Number 28, trans fats. Scientists have known for a while that trans fats can increase your risk of heart disease. They do this by lowering your good cholesterol while simultaneously releasing your bad cholesterol. Much of the EU, Canada, and Brazil have banned or at least put very restrictive regulations on this substance. So there you go. There you go. You have 28 different things and or chemicals or foods that are banned around the world, but they are still present in the United States. Why? Because the American government does not care. Because if you got diabetes, then the hospitals make money, the morgue makes money, the pharmaceutical industry makes money, right? And also the media makes money because they get to sit up there and continuously, repeatedly talk about diabetes, 1, 2, right? While also talking about diabetes, they're going to sit up there and tell you about a brand new food court that just opened up. They're going to sit up there and tell you about some brand new snacks and some brand new. Like I said, people got to pay attention to how it is that they do stuff in the media. They do it right in front of your face. They'll literally tell you that something is bad for you, and then the next segment is them eating a burger, them having a milkshake, right? They'll sit up there and tell you that guns are bad, and then in the next segment they'll run a story about how somebody saved somebody else by being legally licensed to carry, or how a group of women are going out there and they're learning and understanding how to fire a firearm, right? Like I said, people got to understand. They'll tell you about bed bugs, and then they'll sit up there and run a commercial talking about buy beds at Allen's right now. Buy this what is it, what is it, therapeutic mattress where it got temperature control, right? They'll tell you all of this stuff. They'll tell you how bad, rubber is, but then they'll sit up there and show you a brand new pair of shoes, a brand new pair of gym shoes, right? Like I said, it's crazy. They'll sit up there and tell you how bad smoking is, but then they'll run a couple of ads showing you like some Newports, showing you some menthols, showing you some Marlboros, right? Virginia Slim, super slim, right? All white with the green on it. Like I said, that's how they basically get you, and they do it. And I tell you, and I keep telling y'all this over and over. They will do this right in front of you. They are literally playing with your intelligence because we allow them to do it. Nobody calls them out. Nobody checks them. So because we allow them to think that we're stupid, they're going to keep doing this. Tippy said, I use sweeteners instead of real sugar. Cleve said, my nails grow extremely fast. Is that a mutant power? It very much could be. I know some people that can grow hair pretty quick too. Uh, Tippy said, I love the different flavors of Coffee Mate. Damn. Yo, Sonny, what is up? 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 Sonny said, nature doesn't make white. Bars. Even though I will state that, out of the color of stars, you do have white dwarfs that do exist. You got brown, you got white, you got red, you got, green, blue stars. You got some stuff, orange, yellow. You got some stuff out there. Khalif says 75% of the world's oxygen comes from plankton. That is, you know what? I didn't even think about that either. I didn't even think about plankton. So again, that goes back to, if they try to do anything like minus, let's just take the Italian volcano directly out of there, right? And going by the information that Khalib just stated, that 75% of the world's oxygen comes from plankton, right? So just think about them trying to cool down the temperature of the planet. Think about them trying to block out the sun. What does that then mean? You're not going to have plankton, or you're going to have a lot less of it, right? Which then also means that going from the percentage that Khalif stated, 75% of the world's oxygen comes from plankton, you're going to be cutting that down significantly. On top of the fact that you also have, plants, and you also got deforestation that's going on, right? So it's going to be very interesting. And deforestation will lead to unstable ground. Just, I'm not sure if anybody knows the main important things about trees, other than them absorbing the carbon, is also the fact that the roots help to stabilize the ground soil as well. Ms. Williams said the tribe of Judah and possibly others dwelt in the Amazon until we were exiled by the Portuguese and pushed out of West Africa. We dwelt alongside the Dome tribe until they sold us to the conquistadors. Right. Gail was responding. Sonny said, I keep this to myself, but I noticed through the years at different jobs, coworkers who always drink Dunkin' Donuts would always literally no neck, no matter how. This dude. Miss Williams said they sold European immigrants bad meat, molded bread, and blue milk, for Christ's sake. That's facts. Sonny said the tobacco companies fraud the anti-smoking ads. That's bars. So give me a quick second. All right, I'm back. My apologies. Gail said, "Wow, Gail got jokes." Actually, no, Gail. I was actually getting my food real quick. Let me get my drink. Gail always got some type of jokes. I was actually getting my food real quick. Where did what's the name go? Oh, there you go. But yeah, we got song said the tobacco companies fund that anti-smoking act. You know, the funny thing is, I do remember that coming out, and I'm like, I look at it as this: the tobacco companies, they know that their product is bad for people, but they're like, well, we're not going to be all the way evil. We're going to basically put ads out there warning people and telling them that, hey, smoking is bad for you. So it's like, if we're telling you that it's bad for you and you still persist to go out there and buy our cigarettes, it's nothing we can do about it. Some people would say, well, you can stop making it. They could, but they're a corporation and a company at the end of the time. I mean, at the end of the day. Got a nice little strawberry lemonade with actual strawberries. Tastes pretty good. Ms. Williams says song. Let me see. Dunkin' Donuts. Right. Right. Mix build up in that fat that is man-made. Right. Sonny says stars are all colors that appear white. Wait, what? I'm a little bit. Oh, that dropped the controller. I did. Oh, well, so I'm gonna stay down there for a minute. Because I'm looking directly at this food because I am actually hungry at this moment in time. So hopefully everybody is actually enjoying their day. Again, I'm just, stating a little bit of information, not trying to, ruin anybody's eating habits or, anything like that. The main thing that I would tell people is to make sure to just eat in moderation, right? Because take it from a person that still goes out there, and like I told y'all before, I know that I'm eating trash. But, everybody got their poison that they choose to deal with. Some people like to drink. Some people like to smoke. Some people like to do both. Some people like to just eat junk food all day, or some people just continuously eat, fast food and never cook anything, whatnot or whatever. I would just sit up and say, just do stuff in moderation. Do it in moderation. I haven't had food from Jersey Mike's in a minute. This ain't Jersey. This is Charlie's. We got Sonny said they have no connection to the earth and are actively destroying it under the guise of capitalism. I thought you were actually going to say they're actually, they're destroying it from underneath. Because again, you got a whole bunch of, underground cities and different things like that, which do exist. Anybody can look these things up. They are real. they are very real. Very real. Ms. Williams said everybody worried about the red fire, built up methane under glaciers, which are melting, causes blue fire to react to the air. I've never been burned by that angel fire. Gail with jokes. Sonny said things like DARE, BLM, LGBT, global warming, etc., are there to enforce situations rather than solve them. That's facts. That's facts. Let me. I gotta make sure that is facts. That is 1,000% facts. Because notice, whenever something serious is actually taking place, None of these organizations or any of them are really trying to say something. Not trying to say none at all. And a lot of organizations have a lot of money mismanagement. So you got people in good faith believing in and giving money over, to these organizations, and lo and behold, they're not doing what they're supposed to be doing with the money. Right? Money is getting used in other types of ways. People are building, $1 million houses and all this other type of stuff when money could actually be used to benefit the community, to finance the community, right? To help get some people out of debt or to help save, some homes. And I'm talking about more specifically, dealing with like BLM, right? And I've done quite a few stories, covering them and how it is that money was being used. And I did some stuff specifically noting how it is that their original mission statement was changed and transformed from one thing to another. Like I said, people got caught up. And because people got caught up, they knew specifically that, people weren't going to read in order to understand what it is that they're really about. Captain Sony said that chlorine in chicken is wild. Yeah, it is. It is. And I love chicken. Let me tell you. When you have like a nice like chicken dish, like a chicken Alfredo or something like that, very great. Chicken Alfredo with some garlic bread, very great. But like I said before, magically in other countries, they're not doing that stuff with their chicken. They're not doing that stuff with their food. And you don't hear them always having a E. coli or a salmonella outbreak. But yet, when it comes to America, left and right, we always having these outbreaks. How? First world country. How? You would expect all these food outbreaks and whatnot happening from a third world country, right? Because they wouldn't necessarily take the precautions that we, happen to take. We're using gloves and we're doing this and we're doing that to make sure we lessen the spread of X, Y, and Z. But yeah, this is what happens. You know how many videos I've seen of people in other countries, like they're sitting up there just like cooking chicken as normal, and you don't hear nobody talking about like, oh, I got food poisoning, oh, E. coli, oh, salmonella. I don't hear that. And these are people cooking stuff directly on the streets. On the streets. And that the street vendor food is good. Let me tell you something. Street food around the world will put a lot of these corporations like McDonald's, Burger King, and whatnot, it puts a lot of them to shame. It actually puts street food in different countries, puts a lot of restaurants to shame with the amount of quality and the quantity that they actually give you. Like, it's crazy. It is 100% crazy. Like I said, this is why traveling is actually kind of nice, because you get to, see some of this stuff. Now, since I can't really travel to those other countries, I view this by way of YouTube. So, like I said, the food looks great. It looks good. One day I would love to sit up there and try a lot of that street food. Let me tell you. One of these days. Song said, I made my own Clorox using salt. Oh, that's interesting. Oh. Sonny said, they know the addictive chemicals to get us addicted, so it's a flex. Yeah, that's facts. Yo, Jugs, gotcha. Yo, what is up, Jugs? What's going on? What's going on? Captain said, tobacco companies never tell you about the additives into tobacco that causes addiction. That's true. They'll tell you that, it's like, thousands or tens of thousands of chemicals directly in there, but they won't give you like the specific list. I think, you know what? I think at one point during the Truth commercials, I think they technically gave you a list, but it was this absurd long list of chemicals. And I'm like, yo, people are really taking all of that in. I'm like, Lord, you're still alive? Whew. You almost will stop now. TB said, I barely eat anything now. Sonny said Colorado. Sonny said and fast as well, every once in a while. Tippy said, "What are you eating, Seji?" What is this? It's not a sub. Well, I guess you can technically say like it's a sub, whatever. But it's basically like a Philly cheesesteak. It's one of my favorites there that I love to eat. Pretty good. Got Philly cheesesteak and fries with tomatoes and lettuce. Feeling good off the couch. Oh man. Excuse if you can hear the chewing. It's good food, I'm telling you. 'Cause I'm very, very hungry right now. And Tippy is always saying, "Oh, why don't you eat on live stream?" Well, I am eating on live stream right now, Tippy. I'm just not going to have my camera on. Jug said, "But look at who leads the example with corruption. I don't have to give a general description. All you got to do is think of reparations, and you know who I'm talking about." Yeah, yeah, that's bars. Sonny said, "Use a $15 electro device the size of a USB charger, mix that salt with water, and put it in the." Oh, I think I know what you're talking about. I think I know what you're talking about. I might have seen something. Not exactly what you're talking about, but I seen like something close on YouTube. So it's like I kinda know what you're talking about. Tibby said, "I love fried chicken. I don't care what anybody says." Oh man, no, like yo, chicken is good. Chicken is a very good food. Cat just running all over the place. Tippy said turkey wings. Sonny said salt is just sodium chloride, so the electrode knocks the sodium and leaves you with pure chloride. This man is like Professor Science in the building. This man is just like doing like whole bunch of science directly in the house. It's like I imagine like where like Sonny lives, like everything. You got like pyramids. You got like a nice like sandy area where you can do like sound therapy, and you could just like meditate, right? Then another area you got like a whole like sunbathing area for both of you, and then you got plants. Then you also got like aquatic there. Like it's like when I'm just like reading like some of the comments that people like leave, it's like I'm just envisioning, how people living. Like I just imagine like Sunny is like in like a completely like peaceful like tranquil like type of thing, while all of us is just living in chaos. you know. Yeah, that's what it's called, a Zen garden. Yeah. See, you know what I'm talking about. See, he got all this stuff. That's how you know. He was like, "Oh, you talking about a Zen garden?" Yeah. See, he know what it is. He already got it. Mm-hmm. I was on the money. See, Pink said on YouTube, the food truck vendors in Korea are amazing with the food. Yo, when I sit up there and tell y'all, like I spend quite a bit of time looking at food videos because I'm a food person. I love it. And looking at other countries and how it is that they prepare and they cook and make their food, I am astonished. I am amazed. I'm like, whoa. I'm like, y'all doing this at a food truck, but yet we got all of these restaurants that are still selling us crap. Like you're giving us actual chicken, and then at restaurants they're giving us like glued meat. I'm like, what's happening? I'm like, what's happening? Like I said, and also again, there's issues like all over the place. But shout out to Korea, to a lot of the Asian countries out there. Shout out to them and their food trucks and whatnot. Like you say, you got like places over in like India. You got places in Dubai. Um, You got places over there in like Fiji, Vietnam, Japan. Like I said, wherever there are like food trucks, vendors, like street food, yo, shout out to those people. You also got a lot of street food setups over there in South America too. Like I said, street food is pretty much home cooking, and then you can get so much for a little. But like I said, if I was ever there, I would like really be tempted me. I'm like, yo, this is what for the amount of money that we normally pay at these restaurants that sell us garbage, like where it's $30 or whatever. You go over to a different country and you'll probably spend less than $5 for a whole bunch of foods. Like some of these foods, they might even decorate it with like flowers that are actually edible, and different things of that nature. And I'm like, bro, I'm not about to sit up there and give you like just $5. You about to sit up there and take like this $30 to $40. Like, you about to take this? Like, I would really be trying to like, pay them like what it's worth. Because, like I said, when you come from America and you have an understanding of the food that you are given, and then you go to another country and you see the type of thought and dedication and love that they put into, making their food just out there in the street, it's like you can't even like compare it realistically. Like their food is like light years beyond, like it's crazy. You also got some vendors on the East Coast as well. Shout out to them as well. Um Sonny said you always got a spot to crash. And why I do gotta sit up there and venture there at a point in time. Like at one point in time, I was really supposed to have like a whole thing with I think like people forgot, but I remember like Lotus, she had like really brought it up. It was like Lotus, Exile, and a few other people. It was like, yo, sit up there and have like a meet and greet. Everybody just like meet up at a spot or whatever, and everybody just sitting up there talking and chilling, and different stuff like that. But again, things take place with YouTube that tend to stop things from transpiring. So you gotta try to figure out some stuff, wait it out, because I think things like that are technically important to have, especially when you're dealing with like a lot of people that come through and like support you. If you don't get off this chair, get off the chair. What are you doing? Oh my god! Now you want to run? Just got to be on the chair. All right, my bad. That was a cat. But yeah, especially when it comes to people, supporting you and and everything like that. I'm gonna put you just directly out the door. Okay. My apologies again. That was a cat. Uh, but yeah, especially when it deals with people that been showing love and support you and and different stuff like that. You gotta show different ways of a thank you. You know, that's also another reason why I want to sit up there and technically do some gaming and whatnot, because we did that earlier. Before it was like what K5. It was like me, K5, and I think Trills, and we were sitting up there like playing some stuff like on stream. Like I said, I like doing stuff like that because it's like get to play some games with y'all. We get to do something like a little bit different that's away from the everyday type of deal. Because I understand and know that everybody trying to hear the same stuff every single day. Worries and woes and all this other type of stuff. Because I do understand that that does take a toll and affect energy and different things of that nature. So you know. Food tastes so good. Sonny said, I love seeing colorful foods. Yeah, that's bars. Ms. Williams said we absorb faster than most people groups. If you feel swelling, you need to steam or sweat. Yeah, that's true. It's true. Tippy said, I'm not amazed. I saw videos of Korea and India and how they prepare their foods. I'm talking about the street food. Tippy, street food. Street food is beautiful. Like I said, I don't know what video you saw, but they got everything from like donuts to other desserts, ice creams and stuff and coffees. Like, yo, stuff looks great. Looks great. Miss Williams said, I recook. Well, yeah, I gotta edit that part out. There's no way I can go back to not reheating foods, boiling water, and adding salt and vinegar for no purpose but to make me feel like bacteria has been killed. Oh, okay, I got you. Oh, you talking about like the medications that they give you? I got you. I got you. I got you. But wait, how would you like redo that with like if they give you like aspirin? How would you, in a sense, like recook that one though? Or are you talking about like recooking as in you make like your own instead of like accepting what it is that the hospitals give you? Because I completely understand that because a lot of the stuff that they may give you at hospitals that may be something that might not work well with your system because hospitals will give you trial medications or they'll switch you. Like there's certain medications out there that let's say 25 to 50% of the population their bodies won't agree with, but they'll put you on that medication just to see what it'll do to you. And then if it's like, oh, you had a reaction, oh, you fit within this group, okay, we're going to give you this other one where there's less of a reaction or adverse reaction, right? Um, I don't know if Miss Williams is serious or if she. I don't know if she's serious or joking. That's technically that's why like I edited that part when I said it because YouTube will sit up there and start acting funny. They're like, we could you're trying to promote stuff on your channel. I'm like, where did you get that from? I'm like, I don't know what you're talking about. I don't know what you're talking about at all. People were talking about being healthy. That's all I know about. That's all I know about. He said, I don't take what is it? Acetaminophen or the plastic on the pill. Oh yeah. The plastics are bad. Plastics are bad. Even though they are they digest, they pretty much disappear. They break down. Those are bad. Usually, if you have like the normal pills, that's better, right? Versus the stuff that they specifically. It's like, yeah, we're going to put this in a plastic capsule. It's completely safe. If it's plastic, how is it safe? Now, it'd have been different if they said that instead of it being a plastic capsule, it's made from, let's say, weed. It's made from like marijuana, where they have like a thin layer of that and they formulate it into like a clear capsule. And then they put, like, that'd have been different. Would have been different. But we all know they ain't doing that. And the funniest thing is, marijuana can be used for a lot of different things. So I'm talking about egg cartons, milk cartons, paper. You can probably even use it in the building of houses. Like, it's so universal, it's crazy. But this is another reason why they don't really want to promote marijuana because of how easily accessible it is, how you can basically use it in a multitude of different ways. A lot of industries will be losing money. Lose a lot of money. Sonny said, honestly, when did ground meat become a thing? It's cool, but odd way to prepare a meal. Oh, I get what you're saying, yeah. Tibby said, and a racist album. Yeah. Yeah. That is, like I said, it's racism all over the place. Like I said, just gotta pick and choose. Like I said, I'd never go to the Red Square over there In Europe, I ain't doing that. Nope. That would never happen. Like I said, you can look up places that black people shouldn't go when they visit different countries. They'll tell you a lot of stuff. Stay away from those areas because there ain't gonna be nobody to save you. Ain't gonna be no UN, no Biden to sit up there and save you. You asked out. Captain said Sony has great food. That's bars. That is 100% facts. Sonny said, are we not given the truth of how the pyramids were built because it will represent unity if it's something we united to build as a society? I mean, technically it would. That could go for a lot of different things, but the whole thing is about dividing, right? Because the moment of time that you can basically, divide a group of people, such as like black people within the black community, divide them from themselves, or you could divide everybody from everybody else in the world, you will not have any type of like real unity. Because the moment of time we can actually have real unity, then people can actually look at something such as classism, such as, rich versus the poor, and all these interests that are in bed with government, and how the church are also in bed with a lot of these interests and the government, and vice versa, and all this other type of stuff. Like I said, people would actually focus on real problems. And the same things that happen in Europe, they will be happening all over the world. Right. So, that would show that they're not really in control anymore. And they would actually be afraid. Right. But they don't got nothing to fear because even if you have a little bit of people that know a little bit of truth, the main fact of the matter is that the global majority of people here are not going to hear them. They're not going to listen. They're really not going to pay attention. They'll be like awake for about 5 seconds and then go right back to what it is they do every single day. So like they're not really concerned or worried about, people in a sense waking up. Now, if you had like 1 billion or 2 billion people that were out there and they were aware and they were like awake and informed and all that, yeah, that's when you got a problem. That's when you got a problem. Because you got those 2 billion people basically informing, the other, 5 plus. Right. So if you got a couple 100,000 or 1 million people that are basically informed, that's nothing. They're too spread out. Ain't nothing really going to sit up and happen. Once you start to have it reaching like global numbers, yeah, that's when they'll start looking at it like, yeah, we got to do something. Right. Jug says some places have no care with health, but want to profit continuously. For example, Japan. Oh, yum. Restaurants has not washed pots for 60 years. Huh, that's interesting. That is very interesting. I guess you would call that like a flavored pot. I guess you would say. Because some people like wash a pot. Like, let's say if it's a rice pot, they won't actually use soap and water. If all that pot basically does is cook rice, they'll just put water in there, hit it with like a quick scrubber, and they'll call it a day directly on that pot because that's all it's used for. Now, if you got pots that are used for, let's say, like meats, such as like chicken, right? Such as seafood or poultry, yeah, you need to wash that bad boy down. You need to wash that down. You need to wash that down real good. Sonny said, a lot of us believe pyramids have bodies in them when they never did. Pharaohs are found in the valley. Now, which valley are you talking about? Are you talking about the valley that is over in Africa, or are you talking about in the Grand Canyon? That is the question, my good friend. Sonny said, from Spain to Mexico, there are places we should not be. Facts. Tippy said, I don't understand how black people be giving props and praises to other races knowing damn well they hate your black ass. Well, I tell you, I'm looking at just the culture and like the food. I put it to you like this. I give props directly to black people in general, knowing the fact that a lot of black people don't like my black ass. So, I just look at it like that. I'm like, well, you know, I just take it, how it just so happens to work. Like I said, I'm the type of person I love. Now, Tippy, If we're gonna be real, you love wrestling, right? You love wrestling. We know you love wrestling because you keep mentioning the Usos and all these others, right? But lo and behold, we all know that what is it? Vince McMahon is racist, borderline, however you want to sit up there and put it, right? I think he came up to Booker T and he was like, "What's up, my nigga?" Right? He said that. He said that directly to. Actually, it should have been either Booker T or he might have said that to John Cena. I forgot which one. And he was walking around with like the do rag on and everything. I'm like, you have to be fucking kidding me right now. You have to be kidding. It's like when it happened during that time, it's like it's slightly funny, but then it's like, yo, what are you doing? And now when you're like a full fledged adult, it's like it's just offensive, right? Rowdy Piper, I liked him from the movie They Live, which is one of my favorite movies called Classic. And he did he did blackface, right? Because he was talking to his other half, right? So he would have his normal color on one side, and then he would have his other half, which was black, on the other side, right? And he had a whole monologue directly with that, right? And then I forgot the other wrestler that they had. They was like he come from like the mean streets of like I think it was like Detroit or some shit like that. And they had the dude in like an African garb at like a garbage can, like in some like alley. Like it was like the stereotypical thing that they would always like deal with Detroit. It's like, yeah, it's nothing but like crack houses and burnt down buildings. Like it's nothing there. It's like it was that main stereotypical thing that people would normally say about Detroit. Khalif said Robert Downey did blackface. This is true, but the difference is it was acceptable. It's going to sound very hypocritical, but I'm going to try to explain. Right? So, if you look at the history of blackface, when it normally happened in America, right? It was something that was detrimental. It was something that people used to negatively target, black men, right? To say that, they were lazy, they were, not educated and underdeveloped and all this other type of stuff, right? They would always play them like stupid and all this other type of stuff, right? But when you look at Robert Downey Jr.'s character, he's a dude playing a dude dressed as another dude, right? So he was a theater actor who got really caught up in the character, who is the portrayal of a black dude that you would basically say from the 70s, from the 70s. But mind you, the character that Robert Downey Jr. was playing, this dude was like fair skin, blonde hair, blue eyes. Stereotypical, type of thing, right? And it was like everything that he did, like it was funny. It's like I can't even like I literally went with my friends during that time to go see Tropic Thunder. And when you ask people who went to go see it during that time frame, I'm not talking about this new generation. I ain't talking about this new generation that want to get offended about every single thing. Realistically, during that time, nobody really had a problem about what it is and how it is that he basically did that. You weren't hearing a whole bunch of outcry and people like, oh, we need to sit up there and cancel Robert Downey Jr. We need to sit up there. Nobody was sitting up there doing it because everybody was laughing because the shit was funny. Like it was literally funny. Now, what was that? What's the guy's name? Ben Stiller. I think it was Ben Stiller or Robert Downey Jr. They said that they couldn't do something like that now, and they couldn't because very easily, people would sit up there and get offended, and people would want to sit up there and decide to and that's the craziest thing. Like, I don't mind people protesting and trying to quote unquote cancel somebody, but it's like, bro, y'all trying to sit up there and do this what Tropical Thunder came out with in like 08, 09. A lot of the kids that have a problem with it weren't even really around during that time. And he's sitting up there like crying and trying to like cancel. Like like I said, I need the people to shut up and sit down. That's what I need. Like I said, for me, Tropical Thunder was funny. I can't sit up there and do the exact same thing for a lot of other movies. Like I said, with Roddy Piper, he did blackface, and that was live on television. by way of, Vince McMahon. That was WWE. I'm sorry, WWF, which is no longer WWF because the World Wildlife Federation was like, oh, if people sit up there and see this, they're going to get confused. Nobody was going to get confused. Y'all just wanted this name because they made it a thing. They made it famous. So now you want to sit up there and be able to use it after it's been out here for like 30, 40 or whatever years. So then they switched it to the WWE. Like I said, like stupid stuff. Like I said, the Wildlife Foundation, y'all can go choke on something. Jug said it's funny how DC Comics gets by with the Black Mask. Oh yeah, Black Mask. That's another one. Yeah, there's a couple of characters. Like if anybody watches anime, you got a character called Black Shine. And when I first learned about One Punch, this is the name of the anime is One Punch. The name of the web series is One Punch. When you look at the actual series, you'll see a black character. And hold on, let me see if I can let me showcase it to you. Let me show you some blackface here. That dude is out of commission too. Oh, I actually gotta type in One Punch for that. Right? So let me just show you this, right? Because for all intents and purposes, when you look, just like you've looked at like any other character, like on a television show, whatever, it's like, yo, black character. Let me get this up before I start going into like the whole thing. Where's the thing? Swap browser image number 10. Put that up there. Bow. All right, here we go. Right? I'm just gonna have this up there, right? So this right here. So just in case people don't know, I'm trying to talk a little bit slower to let the what's the name like catch up because I know it's a little bit delayed. This is Dark Shine. Dark Shine is a character in the One Punch anime, right? And his powers basically came from him being a bodybuilder, right? At one point in time, he was a very weak character and he wanted to get very, very strong. They have a classification for heroes, basically S through D, I think. So you got D class heroes, C class heroes, B class heroes, A class heroes, S class heroes, right? So this, for all intents and purposes, this is a black dude. I'm looking at Dark Shine, I'm like, yo, this dude is cold. Like this dude is like, he can flex and basically defend because his muscles are like so trained and so hardened. He can basically like if somebody wanted to go at him with a sword, he can basically do a pose. He can like flex because he's a bodybuilder and the sword is breaking directly on his skin. He's not going to take any type of damage at all. Like it is very, 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 very difficult to actually harm Dark Shine, right? But then when I sat up there and read the webcomic and I looked it up, I found out that Dark Shine is white. When you look at all of, let me see if I can get a color version of Dark Shine, right? Let me see. Is that the one I want to use right there? And it's gonna look like the stereotypical caricatures, right? That we normally talk about. Where if they draw somebody black, the lips are gonna, in a sense, look like that picture up there looks it looks all right. This image right here, he sort of looks like a character from the Red Ribbon Army. I can't even really listen to you if you haven't watched Dragon Ball or Dragon Ball Z, dealing with like the Red Ribbon Army. There will always be like that one black character there, like they always, normally have. So this is in a sense the same character, Dark Shine, looking, like surprised, right? and we see the main stereotypical uh type of thing, right? So of course he has all the muscles and stuff like I told you before. He's a bodybuilder, he works out, but then you got the lips. And I'm like, so you mean to tell me that every single time that we basically do this, that y'all don't really have another way to, in a sense, draw lips? Like this is just what we're doing? I'm like, that's completely crazy. I'm trying to show you the actual picture of Dark Shine, like without, because you see him looking black, but how they explained it is that that's bronzer, right? So Dark Shine is a white guy, but the reason why he has this appearance is because of the tanning or the bronzer that he basically uses. Let me see if I can type in real form. Um, let's see here. I might have to type in origin maybe, because they're going to only show me like the stuff dealing with Garu. Let me see. Black Shine, One Punch Man, beginning. Let me see. They're still not giving me the image that I'm looking for. It's amazing how you don't really see that picture of Dark Shine at the moment, which is a little bit weird to me. Let me see. Uh, let's see, as a bodybuilder, and they still are giving me. I'll probably sit up there and bring it up at at another point. But Dark Shine is a white guy. Just in case people don't understand or know, he is a full-fledged white guy. And that is, if you want to talk about blackface, I guess you could say that's black body. It's like, I guess that would be a brand new term, for that. So instead of it just being blackface, the person's face being black, you got black body going on, right? Where you got this dude, his whole body is completely uh, in blackface, basically. Because, like I said, when I first learned about Darkshine, that was my favorite character. I'm like, yo, they got a black character here. This is my character. This dude is strong. He's sitting up there, like, taking out a whole bunch of characters, yada, yada, yada. And then you find out he's white. I'm like, I got played. I got played. They got me. They got me. They got me. They got me. Sonny said Jinx. Yeah. You got Jinx and you got Mr. Popo, who I still think are both related to this date. And then Jinx, I mean, there's technically a smaller version of Jinx as well. Like I said, there's quite a bit of different characters or carryovers from certain types of like beliefs when you look at like animes and different things like that. Captain said the Wayans did Whiteface or White Chase. Yeah, that was they were FBI agents. Let me highlight it. Let me see. Now, the interesting part about the Wayans actually doing that is the fact that the characters both of them were sitting up there playing FBI agents, right? So there's a lot of times that it gets like brought up uh and the main part of the story. Oh wait. Why is that not showing? Did I not save it? Huh. I did save that, right? Let me see if I can just save it. The other, yeah, I can save it that way. Okay, it works. All right, so there we go. Let me go to that. So again, remember the story was that these were two FBI field agents who were looking to try to get up, right? They were trying to sit up there and get their names directly out there because they felt like they really couldn't move up. They were just messing up, like the first entry directly into these characters being FBI agents. They messed up a drug deal, right? And then after that deal actually came about, the real drug dealers actually showed up because it was supposed to be some ice cream that was supposed to be drugs that were getting, sold. But the actual ice cream people came there first. And they thought, Sean and Marlon thought that those people, right, were the drug dealers, right? I guess they were supposed to be Russian or whatnot or whatever, right? And then those people escaped. So then when they went back to the actual shop, then the actual drug dealers came through there. And then they had like a shootout and everything like that, right? So because they had that mess up, they had to basically do something that was going to get them back on or in the good graces so they could potentially, get their names out there. So there was these two white girls, right? They were rich and they were up there in like the Hamptons or whatever it was. And they needed specific, police oversight or detail because somebody was specifically after them. So what they decided to do, as the white girls that you see, they dressed up in costume in order to quote unquote portray these girls so that they could capture the people that were trying to, get them. So, just saying, you know, song said, "LOL, really think about that. Of all the pocket monsters, they found time to make a black female." Yeah, yeah, yeah. Tibby said, "You can like things from other cultures, but don't glorify them, knowing they're racist towards your people. That's all I'm saying." I mean, it's not. It's a shout out. Is not really, in a sense, glorifying. That's like, yo, you doing like good shit on that food. It's all right. I see you. It's like, I guess I look at it differently. I guess that's how I basically look at it. I look at it differently. What was it? Song said, "Eyes Bucky talking about for Dark Shine." I thought he was black. I thought he was a dope character. They called me. They called me. Gail Jones said it took Seji's dear mother years to talk him down from insisting that a Japanese wife was the only wife that would have been suitable for him. Wait, what? Who said that? Who said that, Gail? I've never had those conversations, Gail. Never had those conversations. Ever since, like I said, Gail been there for those conversations ever since I was younger. Been sitting up there, trying to look at the black girls in my neighborhood, trying to hand out flowers and whatnot, getting shut down left and right. Right, going through middle school, high school, and all the other type of stuff. Like I said, the only time that I had a friend that was like, what was she? Was she Mexican? I think she was Latin or Mexican. I forgot. But the only time I basically was even seen with somebody that was different, that was walking around with me, that's when magically people were sitting up there like looking at me. Like I said, I could walk by myself. I could walk with my friends. I could sit up there and walk with a black girl. Wasn't nobody sitting up there looking in my direction, whatnot, or whatever. The moment of time, set up there and walk with somebody different, magically, people wanted to look in my direction. It's tough out here, let me tell you. Tippy said, "Oh hell no, that's what I'm talking about. You like anime, but the creators behind it are racist, just like here in America." And that's why I said earlier, it's earlier during the live stream, Tippy. Everywhere got racism. Some a bit more than others, or sometimes it might be the same. Sonny said, "White Chicks," the movie where white women say the N word more than once. Yep. Yes, indeed. Timothy said, "Wait, what's going on? I was working." Um, we flew from talking about the interesting, the stuff dealing with like radiation, and then went into the area of talking about foods that were banned in the United States. I'm sorry, foods that the United States makes, and along with the chemicals and how they're banned around the world. And then we ended up coming somehow. I forgot how I got here. Was it doing like wrestling or something? Somehow, somewhere, I worked my way to anime. And I started talking about, One Punch Man and Black Shine, and then White Chicks got, brought up, in reference to that. So yeah, that's how we in a sense got here. That's the crib notes or cliff notes, whatever people call them. Sonny said Hollywood allowed the movie because black men were in the dress. That's true. Sony said anime creators are suffering from Stockholm syndrome to a point of literally worshiping the folks that dropped the atomic bomb on them. So you notice their strongest characters are engulfed in flames. Yeah. You know what? I never looked at that. I never actually, that's a very damn, wow. That's crazy. That's real deep. Because if I sit up there and like really look at it, and instead of like Dragon Ball Z, instead of like imagining just the energy, if you imagine it technically being flames, because in a sense, the energy that they give off is a representation of like flames. It's some transformation. It's like a free flowing like type of like flame. I'm like, damn, that's deep. That's deep. I'm gonna have to keep that in my memory bank right there. I'm gonna have to keep that. That's a good one. Tippy said, "Okay, I'll drop it. Maybe I'm tripping over thinking things. Whatever, Tippy, you ain't gonna drop it. You gonna bring it up in the next live stream as soon as I bring up anime. I'm like, Cedric, didn't we have this conversation? No, we didn't, Tippy. No, we didn't. Captain Tony said, with the blonde hair and blue eyes. Yeah. And the funny thing is, when I was younger, I remember when the images of Goku going Super Saiyan were out, and you saw the blonde hair and the blue eyes. And then magically you started seeing him with like the green eyes with the blonde hair. I'm like, if that's not the stupidest, I'm like, yo, just be real. Just keep it how it is that you kept it. When you look at Cloud from Final Fantasy, he is what? Fair skinned, blonde hair, blue eyes. Keep it the way Captain America in America. What is he? Blonde hair, blue eyes. Like I said, people can do their history directly on, that type of stuff anyway. Candy said facts. Miss Williams said the last Airbender is looking pretty good. Oh yeah. The new last Airbender, not that M. Night Shyamalan bullshit. Oh yeah. Like I said, and I've stated this before, if the Asian community could just start using their own actors to do some of these animes. Now it's different if you got other nationalities within the anime. That's understandable. But when it's just revolving around your characters, yo, hire your actors. Make a movie directly out of this. Stop hiring like all of these other European people to sit up there and portray your characters. Do the portrayal. You got a lot of good actors out there. Do the portrayal. That's why this Avatar looks stellar. It looks great. It looks very, very great. And I'm hyped to sit up there and go see it. But like I said before, a lot of people are gonna be like, "Oh, you're talking about the James Cameron film Avatar, right?" No, before James Cameron even came out with that, you have Avatar. You have Avatar. Like I said, people always try to sit up there and overwrite some stuff. Let me see. Candy said can't walk around with a coworker in these streets. Sonny said even Super Mario. Yeah. Oh, you talking about when King Cooper had cornrows? I don't know what that was about. That was crazy. I ain't never seen it. I know he had to be hurting because that's culturally that's not something that they standardly get, and especially the way that black people braid. Yeah. I know his scalp was hurting. That dude had automatic Botox on his forehead. You didn't see no wrinkles. Let me tell you. His forehead was back. Timothy said that explains why all anime characters have different abilities because they reacted differently to the radiation. Bars. That is bars. That is real bars. Khalib said they have a fetish for blonde hair, blue eyes. People like every manga has a blonde haired, blue eyed person. Yeah. Yep. You can animes, mangas, everything. The only one that's not like is Saitama from like One Punch. He had dark hair and I think his eyes were dark as well. Like he never had like blonde hair. Now I think King in One Punch, I think he does have like blonde hair, blue eyes. I think. I forgot his I might have to go back and look at his eye color. It might be brown, but I think it's blue. Tibby said, and another thing I don't like is some black people praise and get excited over, for example, the Whit girls and the Asian girls cooking soul food or knowing the lyrics to a classic rap song, or maybe I'm tripping. Um, I th- I don't know. It's like I'm in the middle with that because it's like, all right, out of the whole planet, out of the whole planet, black people are the greatest hype men to ever exist. It's like, yo, if we see you doing something like we know that you're giving your all, we can see like the effort. We are going to sit up there and hype you up because we're like, yo, we appreciate what it is that you're doing. We see you directly out here, right? We do it, with our family, with our kids. Like that's just naturally something that, we sit up there and do. Now, you do have some other people that'll just, try to hype up something that's like real weak when it deals with people from like other nationalities. And I'm like, what is you doing? Why are you lying to them? Stop doing that. Like, stop doing that. Stop doing that. Don't do that. So, I'm like, don't do that. I'm like, stop stop trying to hype up like some subpar type stuff. Now, if you got somebody from like a whole nother culture and they're talking about like they're reciting like lyrics from like KRS-One and Big Daddy Kane and Rakim, and it's like, yo, that's dope because that's far back. Like you would think that people would just be looking at the main stuff of now, like the main artist of now, right? But to go back that far means that some history, right? Some foundation, some cornerstone when it deals with rap, when it deals with MCing and and all of that, right? So, like I said, I'm 50-50. I do see what you're saying because I've seen it. I've seen videos where people will hype up some mediocre type stuff. And I'm like, stop doing that. Stop lying. Like let them go back and refine that stuff and then come back. And then we'll see. Don't be hyping up no mediocre type stuff. But I understand what you're saying, Tippy. You ain't tripping. I see where you're coming from and I understand it. Trust me. Um, Let me see what else we got. Timothy said, "Would that make Sephiroth the ultimate person transcending from blonde hair?" Well, Sephiroth is basically in his ultimate UI form. That's basically what that is. He's in permanent UI, like how Goku and Trunks and Vegeta and Gohan got out of the hyperbolic time chamber during the Cell Saga, where they could just keep Super Saiyan on all the time. That's Sephiroth. He's an ultimate UI all the time. He doesn't have to cut that off. It will never drain, anything like that. That is his base form. That's how I look at that. That's how I look at it. Cloud is always in Super Saiyan, and then Sephiroth is, always in UI, right? Gail said, and then turn around and profit off of it like a mug, and then act like they pulled it out of the crack of their arses. Then start making modifications and shortcuts, thus de-soulifying it. That's true. That's true. Sunny said black people only love Beyonce, so seeing us be impressed by someone's bare minimum because they're not black has effects. Damn, that's crazy. No, like yo, Kelly Rowland is dope. I am a fan of Kelly Rowland. I am a fan of that woman right there. Let me tell you. Kelly Rowland is dope. What was the other girl from that song with Chris Brown sung No Air? Jordan something. I can't think of that girl's name. But there's a lot of black female artists. It would take me a little bit of time. There's a lot of other black female like singers and artists that I like actually hear sing. Ari Lennox, that's another one. As well. Feel like she has a pretty, nice voice. But yeah, Jordan Sparks. Thank you. I was trying to think of that girl's name. I was like, man, what is that girl's name? Like, what? I know she was on American Idol. You also got Fantasia as well. Directly out there, people forgot about Fantasia, but that girl, she can hit. She can hit them notes. Like, she be out there. Like, everything. It's like when you think about, if people are old enough, if you think about I just had her name. No More Drama in My Life. What is the name? Oh my god, it's like everything, all the names are disappearing. It's like I know what I want to say, and then it's like we're just gonna snap that name directly out of your mind. Mary J. Blige. There we go. When Mary J. Blige like first like came out, yeah, Pinky, she heard me. She heard me sitting up here struggling. When Mary J. Blige sings, you can literally like feel her sing. It's not like it's how to explain it. Like when certain artists like actually sing, their emotions about a subject or about their body of work, it will go through the music, right? They transfer that energy directly onto you. And that's why a lot of Mary J. Blige's songs would resonate with a lot of people. And you would get that emotional type of reaction directly from it, right? No More Drama was like one of those songs. Like you had like women, like when that song came on, like even if you're not a woman and you happen to like hear that song and you were like sitting there like actually listening to it, and then you're seeing like how much she's given to it, and then you're also seeing like the other images that are directly out there, it gets you, right? You might not sit up there like, do like the whole like crying or like tearing up, but it's there. Like it's something that resonates, it's something that's there, something that you can, that you can feel. And for me, that's what I've gotten sometimes even with like Fantasia. Like she would have like some songs out there and it would like transcend like that music. It would just it would go directly to you, right? It's not just the words, but it's the emotions that are being conveyed through, the lyrics onto the listener, right? So it's like, yes, that's what I technically, for me, that's what I would like, what I look at when I look at like female artists who sing, right? That type of like, in a sense, I guess you could say like connection. Because when it deals with a lot of artists of today, it seems like they're not really as connected to the music. It's just lyrics on paper, and they're just going to put their voice directly to it. It's not something that they actually, are feel. I guess I don't know how to put it, because some people don't write their lyrics, but yet when they happen to do the actual song, like they make that song, theirs, right? But then you also have other people that do write their lyrics, and you can tell, and it comes through, right? Because certain things, or certain topics, or subjects, whatever, they seem a little bit more personal. It seems like the way that the person is doing the song versus the other ones in their discography is vastly different. It has a different type of tone, a different type of touch, a different type of flavor, directly to it. To be said, I saw a YouTube short of this Asian dude caption, "Let's bring true R&B music back." Well, the reason why that is a thing, Tippy, is due to the fact of, if you happen to take out the time to listen to any K-pop, a lot of K-pop is mimicking / emulating music from the 90s. Like, let's say like the 90s and the 2000s. More specifically, black music. So that's the time period for K-pop. That's the time period that they're basically in. They didn't catch up to like the 2000s. Like everything is delayed. So give it another 5 to like maybe a decade. you'll start to hear them going into like some 2000s, music. You'll start to notice some of the beats, some of the rhythms, and different things like that. So yeah, you're going to hear some Asian people talking about bring back, real, R&B and different things like that, because they're looking and they're paying attention to certain things, right? Um, R&B was technically pretty good when you look at like the 90s and the early 2000s. You had like some R&B that was really really there. It was like hit after hit after hit, song after song after song. It was a lot of stuff there. Like, right, we used to have a lot of love songs too. Now you don't see that no more. You don't see nothing about like love and compassion and wanting, another person and wanting that relationship, and everything is about getting the bag. Everything is about money. So now, because of that, you see where society is. Everybody's focus is what? Going out there getting a bag, going out there getting the money. I could do it all by myself. Like I said, go back to when is it? When Bootsy came out with the song Independent, she got her own house, she got her own car, she got a da 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 da. Da, 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 do you know what that means? Right? And that was the main song that a lot of girls during that time, that was like roughly like some high school type time. You had a lot of girls singing that. And a lot of those girls are now full-fledged women. And now those full-fledged women also have daughters. So that same song that was there, that was hyping them up like, yo, I'm an independent. I can do this all by myself. I got my own car. I got my own house. I got my da-da-da and da-da-da-da-da. Right? Now they're raising their daughters with that same mindset. And now you see where society is now, where you got girls who they ain't really worried about getting married. They ain't worried about trying to have a relationship. They worried about the bag. And, they consider it now to be a flex to be a single mother. Right? Like I said, we're dealing with two different time periods. Right? When I was younger, people weren't sitting up there trying to make it a flex being a single mother. My mom even sat up there and told me, like, yo, you better not be out here creating no kids. You better not be out here doing this, that, and the third. I ain't trying to be out here, and be, no grandmother and raise your kids and all this other type of stuff, right? That's how it was back in that time frame, right? Our parents would sit up there and tell us these things. That was not a flex. Now, when you go on these podcasts, now when you go on these YouTube videos, you listen to these TikToks, you listen to these IGs, that's the flex. You got a lot of women flexing that, yo, I got 4 kids and I'm doing it all by myself. But they're trying to portray it as that they're 100% happy. They're okay with everything. Not telling you how stressful and how hard that actually is. Not telling you how it is that they got to lean on other people to help them specifically, raise those kids or whatnot or whatever. Like I said, it's crazy. It is crazy. Sonny said if I had to choose, I'd say Babyface Gets It. Oh, you talking about with R&B? Yeah. Yeah. Miss Williams said Erykah Badu ain't a singer. She broke her lyrics down though, and I love the instruments. Right. Erykah Badu is dope. I would also sit up there and like say like Lauryn Hill, who is both a rapper and a singer, because she can sit up there and carry. What was the song? Because I can hear it. Oh my god, it's getting muddled with Mary J. Blige song though. Because now I'm hearing like No More Drumming. I'm trying to focus on Lauryn Hill, and I just heard the Lauryn Hill song. Oh my goodness. But yeah, Erykah Badu is one. What was it? I liked Macy Gray's voice. Also somebody else that does not really get a shout out. India Ari. India Ari was another woman that was like during the time when she was like in the 2000s, like she was dope. Like that was like along with Jill Scott and another other black woman, like that was like a breath of like neo, soul. Yeah, India Ari, dope song. I Am Not My Hair. That was a very dope song, and like I said, I feel that that's something that's missing from black culture, because there's so much that is stated to be about a black woman, and a black woman's hair is one. This is why you have a lot of black women spending like anywhere from like a couple hundred to like grands, directly on their hair, only to sit up there and have that, the installation or whatever taken out probably in like a month, two, or whatever it is. Like I said, India.Arie, she had that song, I Am Not My Hair, I Am Not My Skin. It was another song, and I could hear it. I forgot the name of that song, but that was another song too. Like I said, they had a lot of songs where it encompassed, black people, just like either like friendships, being in love, and different things like that. Like I said, it was a breath of fresh air. And the funniest thing is, going back to what Tippy said, where she was like, "Yo, the Asian dude was sitting up and saying, bring back real R&B." The interesting thing about that is they musically now worldwide, Asians will try to market or portray themselves as Europeans. Musically, they will basically mimic and copy what it is that black people do, right? Talking about the soul, talking about how it is that black people, move when it deals with like the rhythm, when it deals with love and everything like that, right? That's what they tend to, in a sense, copy, right? So I get why it is why he's sitting up there saying that, because he can't copy the soul off of who it is that other Asian nations look up to. You're not gonna sit up there and be able to copy that soul, right? But when it comes to black people, you can see and understand certain things because we can convey that in a multitude of ways. We got the energy to sit up there and do it, right? We have the type of words to also convey that as well. We also do it, by way of, let's say, our clothes. We do it by way of our hair, by way of how it is that we dance, or maybe through a handshake, or maybe even in the looks. Like I said, like our stuff is all over, right? So I like I said, I understand and get why it is that he wants real R&B back, right? Because it's a certain image that people do love. So when a lot of people sit up there and state that the only image that people tend to, portray is, gangster rap and all this other type of stuff, that is true. But the other thing that gets copied as well that people also love, but it doesn't really get highlighted and people don't talk about it as much, is the R&B aspect, is that love aspect, right? Because nobody really talks about it as much as we do. Like when it comes to like the music, it's like we are out there. Like we are really every single which way facet that you can talk about it, we're talking about it. Doesn't matter if it's rap, doesn't matter if it's soul, doesn't matter if it's acapella, doesn't matter if it's poetry, doesn't matter if it's singing. Like we are talking about it. Doesn't even matter if it's just an instrumental and you're just getting visuals. Jug said MJB was Uptown Records back then. Let's talk Diddy next. Take that, take that, take that. Sean Puffy Combs. Tippy said, I know. Let me see. Sonny said, you can hear Babyface in all of his songs, like Digging on You and John B. song. Yeah. That's bars. That's bars. That is bars. Tippy said, and unfortunately, black people will give them money. I mean, it is. That's how it tends to work. Because with black people, it's like it's weird. It's like I put it like this: for black people, due to the fact that we expect this from our own people, it's not really that amazing, right? We expect for us to be able to dance, to be able to sing, to be able to write lyrics, to do all of this stuff. So it's not really it's not nothing that we ain't seen before. Now, if you have somebody that's able to do it, but almost in the same tone that we can do it, people are then amazed. It seems refreshing. It seems like something brand new. It seems like something you've really never seen before, at least when it comes to those specific individuals or, what have you. I mean, it's sad, but, that's, how things tend to work. It sucks, but, Um, Tippy said I never liked this song. I don't know what song are you talking about, Tippy? Oh, I guess you must be talking about like No More Drama, I guess. As William said, Babyface is the melodious music genius. Those bars. Captain said most black musicians give terrible deals, not knowing or trusting the wrong people with their intellectual property. That's true. This is why you have Prince, Michael Jackson, and many others coming out there and talking for artist independence and having and holding their masters. Um, Songwriter, I don't know why I said the whole thing. Sonny said, "Women stop loving us after they see us walking or by 5 years old." I can believe it. I can. I can believe it. I can believe it. Let me see. Let me see. Miss Williams said, "Lauren came from the church. That's where it starts in our spirit." Right, right, right. Yeah, 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 yeah. Pink said, "Killing Me Softly." Yeah, 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 yeah. Yep, "Killing Me Softly" with his words. Yeah. It was. I think it was that song and another one. Um, what was the other song? Because I remember Miss Williams. She brought up Erica Badu. What was? It was a song with her and Common during that time. Oh my god, I could hear it too because I remember when it first came out. I could see her directly on, um, going through the different transitions, the different periods of hip hop and rap from past, present to now. And then you had Common talking about it. Wait, hold on. All right, so let me see. Yeah, it was that song there. Sonny said Lauren is a whole musician, sing rap, guitar actress. Yep. Just got India.Re, Amory, Desiree. Yeah. Captain said artists are paid by labels to perform songs to push agendas such as feminism in the form of female empowerment, whether it's through promiscuity or masculinity. That's facts. Miss Williams said Christy Michelle, all the cute girl groups, right? And that's another thing too. You don't have a lot of female groups anymore as well either, right? That used to be a thing too when it dealt with like R&B and whatnot. Angie Stone, right, 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 right. Sonny said Blue Cantrell was supposed to be our it girl, but the wife of Def Jam wasn't having it. Damn. Miss Williams said Leah James and Crystal Waters, silly self. Yo, Zaire, what is up? What is up? What is up? Did you miss anything? Cliff notes, short notes is basically um went over 2 and 3G radiation, the fact of the radiation causing like cancer and different other things as well, and studies basically showing that through way of lab animals such as like the test rats and the mice that they basically use. And then they also tried to say that there is nothing to show that that radiation is causing any type of damage to human beings, talking about cell phones and different things of that nature, right? So he went through all of that. Then we talked about the foods that are bad, or the foods and or the chemicals that are bad that are used in American foods that are banned in other countries, And some of those foods cause Alzheimer's, Parkinson's, cancer, or I'm sorry, tumors in the intestines. It causes, fertility issues, the breaking down of DNA, potential, memory loss, and many other things. And then we got into uh, anime, blackface, and what are we talking about now? Now we're talking about like music and R&B and whatnot. So that's pretty much the length of it. Ooh, this is for 3 hours. Oh man, I thought that was only like an hour. Yeah, I'm probably gonna have to cut this in segments. Yeah, I'm probably gonna have to do that. Gail said, "No matter what I wear, I will always be NDR." Yep, yep. Angie Stone, Gail said, "Yes, they are the ultimate mimickers, dupes, falsifiers, and fraudsters." Miss Williams said Yolanda Adams was keeping Christian music on the map. Yeah, yeah. Yolanda Adams. You also had Kurt Franklin. Because especially like during like the 90s and the early 2000s, like Kurt Franklin, he was like the Little John of gospel music. He was that main person. Um, Captain said agreed. Sonny said my favorite artist is Craig David, hands down. Yeah, Craig David's dope. But he can't do so because his mother is white. Damn, it's cold blooded. Captain Sony Pony said most Asians are allowed to be classified as white. Yes, true. Pink said, um, um, Pink says, Seji, when you get a chance, please look at the link I sent you on IG. All right. Miss Williams said, Yolanda Adams, my Liberty, if you enjoy old school choir and lead singer, the ad-libs are awesome. Tippy said, the independent rap song. Yeah. Booty, yeah. Williams said, the light. Gail said, hush. See, this is why I try to catch up to the comments when I'm talking. That's when he said "Love of My Life" by Erykah Badu. Yeah, her and Common. Yeah, that was the name of the song. Captain said our regulars is their extraordinary facts. Miss Williams said, "Boy, you know you rock my world. You be the boy and I'll be the girl." Hey, what was that song? I remember that song too. Zaire said, "Hey Seji, do you remember that one Dragon Ball anime called Dragon Ball GT, and the theme for the intro is inspired by rap?" I would actually have to go back and listen to the intro to GT because it's been so many years that I've seen it. So I'd actually have to really go back and listen to it. The only one I remember realistically verbatim is the original Dragon Ball Z intro that was done by Linkin Park. And at that time, I didn't even know Linkin Park or who they were. But after I found out years later, Linkin Park became my favorite group because that theme, every black kid in the hood knew that dragon, watch the Dragon Ball Z. Like everybody knew that. Everybody knew that. You can like recite the whole thing, right? And even like the scenes and everything. Like it was crazy. And then to find out it was like Linkin Park that did it. That was like one of the probably the main reasons that threw me into being a huge fan of like Linkin Park. And I was listening to all of their music. Like I said, the 2000s, yo, if it came to experimenting with music and listening to like different type stuff, the 2000s was that, like I said, musically, the 2000s was a whole different period. Like you had black people that were like, it was like, yeah, people listen to rap, but they were also listening to alternative rock. But for me, because I wasn't really into rap like that, I was listening to a lot of like alternative rock, especially like when you deal with like certain games like Madden and NCAA, Tony Hawk Pro Skater, Dave Mirra's BMX, and so on and so on and so on. And also playing Burnout as well. Burnout 3, Burnout Revenge, and what was the other one? It was Burnout something else. I'm trying to think of the name. Burnout Paradise, right? All of those would always have like alternative, rock type stuff. Now I started getting hyped when I heard rap in like Backyard Wrestling on PlayStation. along with I think SmackDown and a few others. Why is he in the trash? Get out of there. He's doing anything right now. Just doing anything. That's why I'm about to put you right back outside that door. This is when you said I'm still listening to Stephanie Mills, Nina Simone, and Aretha though. Yep. You also got Pat LaBelle as well. I grew up on Pat LaBelle and Aretha Franklin, and I'm trying to remember. I'm trying not to forget because I can hear the song in my head. Wait, let me make sure I got the right artist. That was like, yeah, yeah, that was Anita Baker. Okay, yeah. That was for Anita Baker, the song that I can still hear because I would always hear it after my mom would pick me up from like middle school. It'd be like "Sweet Love." That song would always be on like rotation on like the radio every single time. Let me see. So he said, oh yeah, Jay Dilla. That was another one. Yo, Miss Williams, if you, I would tell you probably have to go back to some like older like videos, like commercials of. I'm not sure if you were like into like Cartoon Network, Adult Swim. A lot of other artists I learned about because of Adult Swim. Because they played a lot of like they play MF Doom and they also played a lot of Jay Dilla along with I think it was Ox and uh the chemist. What was the dude's name? It was a lot of artists, like underground artists that they would sit up there and play and whatnot. But like Jay Dilla, and they would have like Nujabes and and stuff like that. They had a lot of different artists. Jay Dilla's dope. Jay Dilla's dope. Like I would hear, what was it? Is it Waves? I think it's like it was Waves that they would play, and it was also like Donuts or something like that. It was a few different ones that they would sit up there and play. That's Jay Dilla. What else we got? Ty said, Oseji, did you see that message I sent? No, I gotta check Discord. So I gotta check Discord and IG. Let me just keep that in my memory bank. Start reading through. What's up, Ty? What is up? What's up? Miss Williams said, oh, someone back to jail. Jug said, burnout takedown. Yeah. Pearl Jam. Don't get me started, right? Alien Ant Farm. Yeah, Addy, are you okay? Yeah. That was dope too. That was dope. Sonny said, I never grasped rap or Madonna music. Wait, are you saying modern music or Madonna? I mean, Madonna, I think it was more so because she was just like out there in a sense. I guess that's how you could sit up there and like look at it. She was like the one that was really like doing it during that time, and she was America's like sweetheart or whatever. I mean, not really in a sense America's sweetheart. She was. I'm not sure the word to actually use for Madonna back then. Because like America's Sweetheart would technically be like Taylor Swift. Taylor Swift is looked at as like a Christian woman type of deal that's innocent, right? Madonna would be the opposite of Taylor Swift, but people still loved her. You know? Oh yeah, the Killers. Yep. Sunny says Sweet and Low. I think I know that one. You said the Killers. You also got Tokyo Hotel. I would have to really go through what's the name. Fall Out Boy was another one of the groups that I love listening to as well. Paramore as well. Like I said, it was a lot. I listened, like I gave a lot of artists chances. Even if it was just like one song that I like, I still got that one song. Gail said those were the good old days. We didn't even know it. Mahoko, what is up? What is up? What is up, brother? Anita Baker, Body and Soul. I love her music. Yeah. Shamira Jack theme. Oh, Samurai Jack, I got you. Okay, I got you. Tippy said, I listened to a lot of 80s, 50s, and 90s music. Disturbed, Depeche Mode, LOL. The list is so different. I'm a different type of black girl. you should like make a list of your songs directly on Spotify. Because I still got songs that I'm still trying to remember that I know I listened to when I played a lot of different video games. Jug said, I think MF Doom, rest in peace, got his start on the Boondocks. Did he? I'm not 100% sure, but I know like dealing with Adult Swim, like before the Boondocks was like a thing, I remember hearing MF Doom and Ox on the commercials for Adult Swim. I remember that. And they were always like, that's the one thing, I don't know who was like running Adult Swim during the time of like the 2000s. I'm talking about like, yeah, like 2000s all the way up into maybe like 2012 or something like that. I don't know. But from the early 2000s, I don't know who was running Adult Swim, but they need to sit up there and bring that back the way it used to be. I'm being like dead serious. Like the music that they literally put directly in front of your face and let you basically hear and stuff like that. You don't really, in a sense, get to be around like different types of music. Tippy said, I love Door to Your Heart by the Dramatics. Tippy taking it way back. Red Hot Chili Peppers, up, Californication. Songwriter said, why I keep saying the full name? Sonny said, Janet is greater than Madonna. Yeah, that's because like Janet is damn near like an all-in-one. She's pretty much the twin of Michael. Like I said, like the dopest thing was like Scream when they were both sitting up there like dancing. They were like on like the same song. That was dope. That was sick. It was like, oh, because normally you always see like the Jackson 5, right? It was normally them always in a group. Janet was nowhere to be seen. But then you got instances where Janet, of course, she's doing like her own thing and whatnot, and all of that type of stuff. And then her and Mike came together to do. I'm like, that was fire. You won't see something like as hyped as that in a very long time. Very long time. And especially in the way of which it happened. And like I said, the funniest thing is seeing people try to like create career wise. Career. I keep saying it wrong. Career wise. Thank you. There we go. When you're dealing with, Michael Jackson, you got white people out here trying to compare stuff to like Taylor Swift is like on the same level. I'm like, bro, do you understand that people like watched Michael Jackson grow up from a little boy? How this dude was sitting up here dancing, he could sit up there and in choreography, he writes songs and he sings and all that. Taylor Swift ain't doing none of that, bro. She ain't doing none of that. That's just America's sweetheart. And then on top of that, like Taylor Swift is not like, she's not universal. Like yo, when Michael Jackson would sit up there and have like, even when he was younger, when there would be like tours or him showing up, girls are passing out. How many emergency ambulances have you literally seen at a Taylor Swift concert continuously? How many? Like, guys are not passing out because I got to do the reverse, right? Because if girls are falling out for Michael Jackson, then it would have to be the reverse of Taylor Swift. But it's not. No guys are falling out at a Taylor Swift concert. None. Girls are not even falling out at a Taylor Swift concert. And then again, his music spoke. He has songs that were like speaking, but he also has songs that spoke universally, that literally brought people together. And people love those songs. Taylor Swift does not have that. She cannot sit up there and touch a variety of different cultures and just bring them together with her. That's not how that works. That's not how Taylor Swift works. And then the things that Michael Jackson was sitting up there doing for people, especially other artists, Taylor Swift is not up there. She is nowhere even close. You're giving this girl who is what, like 30 or whatever. You're trying to say that she's in the same league, in the same universe as Michael Jackson. Y'all smoking rocks. Yo, that's crazy. Compare her to the other artists that y'all got in like rock and roll and all this other type of stuff. When even though realistically rock and roll was started because of black people, but whatever. I'm not even about to go into the whole Little Richard stint. Like I said, a lot of these conversations are like nonsensical, and people, like I said, sometimes people don't need to talk. That's the best way I'm going to say it. Gym Class Heroes, that was a dope group too. Even though I don't know what happened. Now I'll tell you, I'm not sure if you heard the song before, Sonny. They got one song up there that I do like. Now, before I say it, it's not what y'all think it is. So they got a song up there called "Viva La White Girl," but it's the remix that I like with Lil Wayne. The original song is dope, but I like the song, the remix that they had with Lil Wayne. I like that song, right? Some people are like, oh, I knew it. Said she's into white girls. No, that's not the white that they talking about. That's not what they talking about. Like I said, when Lil Wayne does his lyrics and you listen to how it is that he is describing, you know exactly what he's referring to. Powder my face up. Let me see. You'll understand what he's talking about. Matchbox 20, that was another one. I can hear the song right now. But that's also with like Carlos Santana. Like he was in the early 2000s, Carlos Santana was hot. Let me tell you. That dude was like damn near like everywhere. Carlos Santana. That man was everywhere. That dude, he was out there. Sonny said, "No, that's what I call music." Oh yeah, that was my favorite commercial. We got Now 23 with Now. That's what we call music. With Matchbox 20 and Carlos Santana. Right? Or they might have some of the old ones where they bring back like Jessica Simpson. What was it? It was like the main three white girls that you had during that time: Britney Spears, Jessica Simpson, Christina Aguilera. Actually, it was more than that. Christina Aguilera, Pink, and it was one other one. And she was an actress too. Damn, I forgot her name. But it was about a good five of them during that time. They were like the reigning champion of white female singers during the time. Probably Roz, Hack said Tenchi Muyo, Yu Yu Hakusho, and etc. Yeah. William said they were so creative during that time. Bars. Tippy said, y'all remember that song 10 out of 10. I think it's by Lucci, two girls featuring a Jamaican girl. I think I know what you're talking about. It sounds a little bit familiar. Miss Williams said Janet brought Y2K in. Does it matter? Yeah. And then technically, if you technically look at it before that, you had Prince. We're gonna party like it's 1999. It was like, yeah. And that was an older song, which is crazy. And man, Prince was already preparing for the power to go out. Gail said, dyslexia, anyone? Probably talking about me forgetting whatnot. Oh, you talking about when I was talking about career, yeah. Like, it wasn't like I was looking at the word, it was just like mentally. But it was like mentally I knew what I was saying, but verbally it wasn't coming out how I was saying it mentally. It's crazy sometimes. Especially when my mind is like it's flying. And I'm talking about like a multitude of things. Sonny said Mike and Janet did it once, and that's all we needed. That's facts. Pink said, I'll be impressed by the likes of Taylor Swift when she washes her legs and she has a televised concert. And yeah, that's true. Yeah, that's true. That's true. Taylor Swift for me, she will always be known as like a cat lady. But I guess that's a little bit different now since she got her football boyfriend who has the porn star mustache at this moment in time. Look like he came from the 70s. Crazy. Gail said Taylor Swift is amazing for the simple fact that she is the only person I know that's an all and out hoe and doesn't get called out for it. I've called her out for it. I've mentioned that in different conversations. I'm like, Taylor Swift got all of these songs about these guys, all of these relationships that she's had, and Taylor Swift ain't no virgin. Like, Taylor Swift got bodies, but it doesn't get talked about because Taylor Swift is basically America's sweetheart. And in certain lights, people still see Taylor Swift as like a young girl, and she's not. But it's due to the fact that she looks the same. So that's the main thing that people correlate directly with it. So they're not going to automatically go at Taylor Swift. Right? Sonny said they said Taylor Swift made a video better than Beyonce. And wait, who? Yeah, they were smoking. Yeah, didn't I think during that time wasn't like Beyonce had like Lemonade or something like that? I forgot she had something, or maybe it was like Formation. I forgot. It was some of those songs. I remember it was like during a point in time when everybody knew that like, yo, Beyonce should have won that, and she lost. It's like, but then people got mad when Kanye sat up there. Like I said, for me, how I look at Kanye and the Taylor Swift incident, Kanye gave Taylor Swift an extra decade plus. Because after that moment, still people wanted to bring up the whole situation with Kanye. Remember when Kanye jumped on stage and he took the mic from Taylor Swift and said Beyonce had the bat? Because he was right. He was saying what everybody else knew and what everybody else was thinking, but they didn't want to say it. He said it. She had the better deal. She had the better album. She had the better music. He ain't lying. That dude makes music for a living. So for anybody to sit up there and try to go against what it is that Kanye's saying, yeah, I need to look at your credentials. Because Kanye by himself has been transformative when it comes to music out here sonically. Like people are still trying to like copy like a lot of the stuff that like Kanye did and previous like records and songs and all this other type of stuff still to this day. And we're just talking about the early Kanye. We ain't even talking about the later Kanye. Let me see. Tibby said the Swifties, isn't that Taylor Swift fans group name? Yeah, I think that's what it is. It probably is. Like Beyonce got the Beehive and Nicki Minaj got, I don't know what that's called. Sonny said Viva la White Girl has nothing to do with the person, LOL, and it's not even Spanish. No. I'm saying like I had to clarify because somebody would probably pop up saying that I like white girls because I listen. I saw that name down. Mandy Moore, thank you. That's the girl I was looking for because I was like, yo, I know this white girl, and I know she's also an actress too. Let me see. Tippy said I could be wrong with Swifties. Destiny's Child, right. Gail said Taylor Swift has more bodies than John Wayne Gacy. She is white female Wilt Chamberlain, and nobody seems to notice. How is this possible? She's America's sweetheart. Like a Fall Out Boy. America's sweetheart. Yeah. I must confess. Captain said not one. Mahoko said no way Artosa can ever compare to our brother Michael Jackson. Even try when you're in fail hard. Yeah, that's bars. Tippy said, is he back in that bag again? You have to be kidding me. Why? And then you're going to decide to try to run. Ridiculous. It's amazing when animals know that they're in trouble, and then they decide that they want to look at you and be like, oh, you found out what I was doing? And then they want to start running. That's crazy. That is crazy. Tibby said, okay, Britney Spears has some songs I feel bad for liking. I'm a slave for you, but damn. No, see, the funny thing is, the way that I look at Britney Spears songs, Britney Spears is a bit of a tragedy because a lot of her songs, in a sense, told you like certain things. Like I said, if you pay attention to like artist music, like they're sending out messages or telling people certain things. And if people actually pay attention to it, um, not toxic, because that was years later. She was an adult then. What was her first song? I'm not that innocent. She was literally, how old was she during that time? What was it? Um, yeah, it was like, oops, I did it again. Uh, how old was Britney Spears during that song? Uh, dun, 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 dun. Like I know, like I said before, back during that time, a lot of people in the hood, they're not going to sit up there and say like, "Yo, I remember like some Britney Spears songs or like some NSYNC or Blink 182 or or whatever artists or groups that were out there, like Backstreet Boys. They're not going to sit up there and say they know it. But now, if you were to play like Backstreet's back, if you start playing like a lot of those songs, black people dancing. And a lot of these were the same people that was like, man, these songs, like I don't know none of these songs. You'll never catch me. Look, a lot of those, some of the, it's crazy how this works. um, what year was that? Let me see. Whoops, I meant year. Woo, that was in 2000. Wow. Let me see. How old? I did that wrong. I gotta type this in. Let me see. How old was Britney Spears? Let's see here. Woo! Nah, you gotta be kidding me. Let me see. So 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. She was still in high school. If I'm looking at this correctly, she was in the 2000. Yeah, she should have been still roughly in high school during the time of when that song was out. I want to say, or just about. Like I said, she was young, portraying like some young type of stuff. Like you got this girl that's singing "Oops, I Did It Again," and she's sitting up there like, was that the same song? Hold on, I gotta. Might be thinking about the wrong song. Huh? Let me see this. No, no, no. It's not "Oops, I Did It Again." What is the song that she had? Oh, let me make sure to mute that because I ain't trying to get hit with no copyright. Let me see. Britney Spears. Yeah, it's not "Oops, I Did It Again." Where is the other song? Yeah, "Hit Me Baby One More Time." That's the song I was thinking about. That's the song I was thinking about. Let me see that. When did that song come out there? Oh yeah, that was up there. That was what, 90? It was released in September 29th, 1998. Woo! Yeah, that girl was still in high school. And you had her in pigtails. dressing like that on screen with an unbuttoned shirt. Like I said, people don't pay attention. People do not pay attention. Prince was a staple in music after the Batman soundtrack. Yeah. Correction, used to like this song. Britney Spears Out of This World is the most tolerable. Oh yeah, Gwen Stefani and Fergie. Yep. They said Bieber's still a young boy. Yeah, that's because, like I said, when you have a certain image and you've been like portraying an image for like so long, people will just basically, keep you there. That's why you have a lot of actors that's like, yo, I'm not trying to get pigeonholed to, one type of like portrayal. That's another reason why you had Tobey Maguire, he didn't, well, other than the Sam Raimi thing, that's another reason why he didn't want to continue playing Spider-Man, because that's all people want to see him as. He didn't just want to be known as Spider-Man. But the funniest thing is, after people normally like play those roles, they don't really, in a sense, play any other roles that are like as large. Right now, I'll sit up there and tell you, Tom Holland, he jacked up because he decided to play some other random type of role where the next thing you know, you see Spider-Man in the bathroom with like a whole nother guy. I'm like, how do we get here? I'm like, what just happened here? I'm like, how did you like wait, what? I'm like, how did this even happen? I'm like, this is almost like Will Smith. What was the name of the movie? What was it, like 6 degrees or whatever separation? Or whatever it was. And Will Smith regretted the role, or how the role basically like came out, because he said before that he didn't want to sit up there and like kiss another dude, so he opted to have the scene look a different way. And then he looks back at it now, he was like, he would have basically opted to just do the kiss. So, like I said, I don't know what to tell people. I don't know what to tell people. I'm pretty sure like Tom Holland, he's going to look back and he's like, yeah, that was probably a mistake. I probably shouldn't have. But like I said, I don't even know why he even had to do that scene, due to the fact of how much money he has just from Spider-Man itself. He got like 3 to 4 movies out there. And I'm pretty sure that he's getting like royalties, residuals and stuff like that, and maybe some cuts of action figures. So for him to have to do a scene like that, I don't even get it, because you're already made as an actor. Now, somebody just coming up, I understand why it is that they have to, in a sense, conform and do certain scenes and all this other type of stuff. But like I said, Tom Holland, people still look at Tom Holland as a boy too. And Chance the Rapper. People look at Chance the Rapper as if he's still in high school. That's a grown man with like a wife and kids. Tom Holland, that's a grown man. but people look at him as young because he is portraying Peter Parker that just got out of high school. Right? Ms. Williams said Anna Nalick, Mazzy Star, Sarah McLaughlin. Yeah, I remember Sarah McLaughlin. Tippy said, man looks 30 plus. Damn. Sonny said she's not good or beautiful, not to mention has 2 guys named Swift Taylor. What? Mogul said, love the 90s grunge. Soundgarden, Black Hole Sun was my shit. Miss Williams said, if you have money, anything is possible to present you as attractive. They just can't talk too much. Yeah, sure. Tibby said, y'all leave Taylor and her Swifties alone. Jessica Simpson. Right. Wait, was that Genie in the Bottle? You better run me the right way. Was that? I think that was Jessica. Yeah, that was Jessica Simpson. Yeah. And that was during the early days of reality TV shows, if people remember. Early 2000s, that was during the time that reality TV started to like really, start crawling. You had the Ozzy Osbourne show. You had, Jackass and, all of these, the Kardashians and whatnot. So, just wanted to throw that out there. Ms. Williams said, I went back to Kanye's albums. He was on some personal life soundtracks, and he hit it with the themed musical numbers. Right. A better video, Sonny said, a better video than Single Ladies video. That was interesting after watching the whole world obsess over the black and white Single Ladies video. I think I know what you're talking about. think I know what you're talking about. Tippy said, midnight over there choosing violence. Yeah, yeah, and that's why he's locked up right now, because he does not like to listen. Miss Williams said, I thought it was Crazy in Love and the Shakira song. Shakira, Shakira. Crazy in Love. Dun, 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 dun. Dun, 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 dun. Oh, I think that was like Deja Vu. I forgot. I think that was soundtrack to something else. I probably like cross songs right there, because sometimes Bad Boys sound the same. But I remember songs. I do remember songs. Gail said she was 16. Oh, just think about that. Just think about that. So going from what Gail listed, Gail and Hack said 16 or 17, right? So just think about that. You got this girl that's still in high school portraying a high schooler while technically portraying being a grown woman and also telling you I'm not that innocent. Got lost in the game. Oh baby, baby. Oops. Yeah. Like I said, that's crazy. That's crazy. Just think about that. So you're literally listening to a young girl portraying herself as an older woman while still being a young girl talking about I'm not that innocent. Who are you talking to? Because you're not talking to a guy that's your age. Who are you talking to, Brittany? What older guy were you talking to where you were sitting up there telling them that you are not that innocent? What music executive were you talking to that you were telling them that you're not that innocent? Who was it? Who in the music industry was it? Yeah, hit me baby one more time. Yeah, who was it? You as a young girl sitting up here telling a grown man to sit up there and hit you one more time. What's happening? And I'm like, and nobody found that to be a problem back then. I didn't sit up there and like really catch up to it up until later on. Up until later on. Like I said, that is crazy to think about that. And how she was like portrayed and how she was dressed up. That is crazy. And then to think about the parents allowing her to basically do that. Like I said, you got to question a lot of stuff directly out here. You got to question a lot of stuff out here. All right, let me see. Try to catch up to this. Give me one more time. Meaning she's a slave to the industry. Yep. Miss Sweetie said schoolgirl outfit. Yep. Tippy said Shakira had a couple of songs, but that was it. Backstreet Boys. Tippy said she hated NSYNC. Oh man. Oh man. Sonny said Britney had a better meltdown than Mariah. Yeah. But the funny thing, Mariah, she got caught in a limousine, which was the crazy part. Like, that is crazy. They had that humiliation ritual on a whole nother level. Let me tell you that. That was crazy. Crazy. Only woman that I know to this date that had like $1 million insurance policy like on her legs. That's crazy. Crazy. Um. Oh yeah, talking about the Shakira song. Yeah. Pink said I played Bye 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 as a pre warm up, and the members went nuts. I mean, yeah, that's a good workout song. You can sit up there and put like quite a bit of choreography up in there. I can see that. Dun, 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 dun. Yeah. I can see some a lot of different like body and feet movements. I can see that. I can see it. Miss Williams said Mariah was Tom Mottola. Yeah, that's the same one who Michael Jackson. He was like, Tom Mottola is the devil. Yep, but he had history in the music industry since the original Savannah Band. 16. 1998, 1999. Yep. Sonny said Mariah came drunk to TRL, but Britney was wasted during a live performance in a bad week. Yeah. Yeah, they was going through it. Hit me baby one more time. Yep. Sonny said, notice Britney barely had any features. LOL. Just nasty by her nasty. That's messed up. Yo, Double Sage, what is up? What is up? What is up? What is up? Miss Williams said they're trying so hard with Brandy and Monica. Negresses can never be wholesome in their eyes. And Aaliyah passed away. Yeah, like that's the funny thing. Like, if you look at it, they never put Taylor Swift in comparison with another white female artist. They let her stand on where she is, and then they let other female white artists stand where they are. But when it came to Brandy and Monica, they were like, yeah, we're going to formulate, because y'all both got like these factions and whatnot, whatever. We're going to formulate this into like one, like people either, splitting up like in Brandy or other people like Monica, that whole time. And that was a thing during the time. That was a thing. Like you literally had the Monica faction, and then you had the Brandy faction. I'm like, damn. I'm like that pre-programming on how to get people to hate their own is crazy. It is very crazy directly out here, and it happened live, and people fell for it. Well, during that time, like people being young, it's a little bit, it's a little bit, more to that versus it being like grown adults. Pink said, "This is me revealing my age, but I brought Britney's first album on cassette." I had I was about to say Little John. I had John Legend's first album on CD, and I still got it. I got one of Tupac's albums on CD as well. I think I might still have the old CD player somewhere. And that was like I used to sit up there and be playing that on repeat. But it was like the main thing is like back then it was hard playing stuff on repeat because you had the open-ended headphones. So if you were playing a song and blasting it, everybody else can hear it. So you would have this like clear cut on repeat while you're on the bus for quite some time. So I'm pretty sure that would get on people's nerves. Versus now, you can sit up there and play your shit and don't nobody know what it is that you're playing. So, I wish some of the tech that I have now I had back then. I can just easily say that. But if I had different headphones, I probably would have ended up missing a lot of my stops. I'll say that as well. Miss Williams said 6 Degrees is my second favorite after Ali. Miss Williams said, talking to me. Gail said that was Aguilera, the genie in the bottle. Okay, yeah. I tell you, like when it deals with like some of these girls, like because like the stuff is like so similar, it's like they could just swap. But it's like when I hear her voice, it's like I know Christina Aguilera because her voice is like, because it was like Lady Marmalade with Missy Elliott, Pink, and like a few others. So it's like you can kind of like hear it because Christina does not match up with the other white girls. Because it was like, was Christina raised in church? I'm not sure. It was almost as if like Christina was like raised in like a black church sort of, and then all the other like girls were like in like Catholic or Christian like choir groups. Like that's the best way that I could sit up there and in a sense phrase it when it deals with that. Timmy said Brandy still looks the same to me. I still have my 2 Brandy dolls, the Moesha and the Christmas one. Oh yeah. I remember those. Sonny said the first ever reality show was Cops. Yeah. But I'm saying like more so when it deals with like the reality shows of like of now, like when you're dealing with like people gossiping, relationships, all of that. Like, trust me, I watched Cops. Like, I watched the old like reruns from like the 80s and the 90s and stuff. And then due to everything that took place, Cops is like, you know what, we can no longer continue with this show because of everything that is going on in society. I'm like, nobody told them to sit up there and stop it. They just opted to stop it after, whatever many decades or whatnot or whatever. So this is why you got other shows on A&E, pretty much doing that. It's like when Street Fighter wanted to get rid of the image of Bruce Lee, and they said that they did it out of respect for the Bruce Lee family. But yet, when you look at Tekken still got Bruce Lee in there, and he looks really like Bruce Lee. And I'm like, Street Fighter, just Capcom, I need y'all to just quit. Just quit. The Swing said, "I'm not a girl and not yet a woman." Whoo, that's crazy. Those are some crazy lyrics right there. Wow. Those are some crazy lyrics. Gail said, just think, Brittany was the age her sons are now. Whoo, that's crazy. And this is why a lot of them don't want their kids getting into the industry. Clive Davis, yep. Monica Richards, what is up, what is up, what is up? Every time I see the last name Richards, I think of the Fantastic Four, just to let you know. Susan and Reed Richards, I always think about the Fantastic Four. Monica said, hi, Seji. I think Will Smith was being broken because he was becoming a huge star. And we know how Hollywood is with black men, specifically when they make too much money. They must humiliate them at some point. Yeah. The only person I can like just really thinking about, Denzel is like the only dude that I can actually look at, and I'm like, I've never seen him in any type of like a compromising position. Denzel has been Denzel since forever. And I'm like, damn. I'm like, is it really that difficult? Like, he was able to do it. Is it really that difficult for other people to like not? I think Samuel L. Jackson as well. I think. But yeah. Yep, that's bars. That is bars, Miss Richards, bars. Tippy said her parents. Sonny said, if you want to, those are the lyrics. If you want to be with me, there's a price to pay. I'm a genie in a bottle. Oh, wait, she was 16? Oh, Jesus Christ. Oh, my God. Yo, you know the craziest part is? If you're around during that time, because you're around during that time, and the music is of that time, you're not really looking at the lyrics. You're not like, yo, this is highly questionable. But the thing is, it wasn't questionable for us because we were around during that time. Some of those artists were actually older than us. So it was like everything just like fits within. We're thinking that, yo, they're talking within our age range and they're talking to adults. And I'm like, damn. It's crazy. Cap said, all the non-black female singers are made to look young to appeal to a certain group mindset of these people. In other words, having minors grow up in the music industry, little girls look no talent. Yeah. That's facts. To sell records, yeah. Sunny said, remember when we'd always see Britney, Paris, Lohan, and other white celebrities showing? Yep. That was the thing. For whatever reason, they always could snap pictures with people not wearing underwear. I'm like, how do y'all just? This ain't illegal. I'm like, ooh, you know what? I would almost want to say like, yo, how old were they when these pictures were getting taken of them? Because I feel like they were touching like some illegal limits. Tippy said, I never seen Fergie beefing with Gwen Stefani. Yeah, that's facts. That's facts. Yep. Sunny said White Shade is very subtitled. Yeah, it is. It is. Very subtle. Yeah. Mispronunciations is all throughout this live stream at this moment in time. It's crazy. Tippy said Pink versus Gwen Stefani. LOL, never seen it. Really, I never do it. Sunny said white people, especially the older ones, could be fighting in an elevator and you wouldn't even notice. Yeah, that's facts. Yeah, you'll know because they're both on clear cut opposite sides of the corner of the elevator. Or sometimes they'll be right next to each other. And you'll just sit up there and like it's just like little looks, stares, like little small things, or paying attention to like the body language. Like, yeah, it's there. Like it's like it's funny how like white people show disagreements and different stuff like that without getting physical. It is hilarious. It's a whole show by itself. It is hilarious, including like the microaggressions when they're just having conversations with a person like they really don't like the way that they smile and like wince and like grind their teeth. The backhanded compliments. Oh my, it is a show by itself. It is hilarious. It's hilarious. Tippy said The Rock too. I heard minor stories, but nothing like damn. Hmm. Sonny said the way they leave Denzel Washington alone is almost suspect. How old was Bill Cosby when they targeted him? I don't know. That I am not sure. Monica Richards said Denzel did fight back against Hollywood as they tried to get him and address and play a female character, and he said absolutely. That's what I'm talking about. Like he said, nah. Like he's been on standing on that ground for the longest time possible. That dude is a straight. He's about that life. He's a stand up dude. He's like, yeah, I ain't putting me in no dress. Yeah, you can make me a crooked cop. You can make me a crooked cop in Training Day. You ain't about to put me in no dress though. I respect that. I'd rather be a crooked cop too. You ain't got nothing. You ain't got shit on me. Have all of y'all playing basketball in Pelican Bay. Hilarious. Straight hilarious. Oh man. Hey dude, he played that role though. Let me tell you. My Nick. He played that role. That is like one of the greatest memes that you will see that everybody uses. Don't matter the nationality, everybody uses it. And this is when people start talking about black gifting or black memeing when they'll use either black artists or actors to basically say stuff that they normally can't say. So they'll just use the meme to do it. And I'm like, yeah, I don't know why y'all doing this. Because y'all should just be like sticking to y'all like your own thing. Y'all just pushing a little bit too far on the edge. But it's the internet. Yale said another round. You say Mahoko said Ryan Leslie is slept on. Songs were fire. P Diddy. Oh, you talking about Sean Puffy Combs? Take that, take that, take that. Oh yeah, he did everybody wrong. Yeah, man is known for doing everybody wrong. You going to give people their songs back when they ain't worth nothing. You done squeeze into every bit of money. So now it's like people can only get like $200 directly off of like, a song. It's like, bro, that's nothing. Like you got some millions there, Diddy. Start cutting some checks. Give people like a few million or something. Like, bruh, that's a highway robbery out here. He said they tried to do the whole separation trick with the cast of Power Empire, but all of the cast members shut that mess down quickly. Smart. That was smart. He said, I'm putting cases on all you bitches. Yeah. yo, that man had lines. That man had lines for days. Like, he played that role. Just like the main role I loved, him man was Malcolm X. Like I loved, that role. I mean, of course, other people want to list, like John Q, Man on Fire, stuff like that. But I liked Malcolm X. That was I felt like that was dope. That was dope. That was very, very dope. Detroit Red. Detroit Red. Gail said another round of dyslexia that is subtle subtitle. Hey, it is what it is. Let me tell you, this is unedited, Gail. This is straight live. I don't have time to sit up there like edit out mistakes and try to make it look perfect. It's live. This is what happens. This is what happens. I am only human, ma'am. I'm only human. The moment of time though that I can connect myself to some AI and become that ultimate being, and then that's a whole different story. we're gonna have the whole Webster's dictionary in here. We're gonna be good. Gonna be great. Gonna be awesome. Let me see. Tippy said it's crazy how the character he played is glorified. LOL is sad and funny at the same time. Yeah, yeah, but see, the funny part is his character out of that whole movie, his character is the only character that gets talked about. Nobody really makes memes or whatnot of like the other cop or pretty much anybody else that's in that film. It's Denzel because that, for all intents and purposes, it was a Denzel film. All intents and purposes, you know, and it's glorified because it's a black man getting seen in a certain type of light, but also again it's Denzel playing a role, right? And everybody loves Denzel Washington. Whenever somebody breaks out and starts doing like Denzel like voices and quotes and stuff, like people automatically start rolling because especially if they got like the mannerisms, the way that he moves his face and he's looking around, it's crazy. It's like I could look at people like imitate or do impressions like all day. Like that shit is fly, just fly. Sonny said Diddy took his laptop and his little girlfriend. I mean, that really, if the best way that somebody put it, if somebody could take your girlfriend, she wasn't really yours. It was just your turn during the time. That's all it is. And it's like Diddy will sit up there and have her for a minute, take that, take that, take that, and then she'll be thrown out for somebody that's younger. It's crazy. Sonny said, "I'm a wordaholic." Gail said, "No, keep it human, keep it real." Timmy said, "I had a slight crush on his character when I was a kid. Is something wrong with me? Help." Wait, you talking about with Denzel? No, that was a. I thought that was a pretty much a universal thing in the black community where it dealt with like older women who were attracted to Denzel Washington, like especially like the '90s and like the 2000s. Yeah, like Denzel was the guy that like women were like really wanting to go for. But if you also notice, Denzel has been married to a black woman for decades, but you don't see people trying to hype up that relationship or talk about that relationship, right? Which is completely crazy to me. Um, and you would think that people would want to, in a sense, celebrate and emulate that, but due to the culture that we're in now, people would rather emulate and talk about, stuff that is toxic, you know? So it's crazy. Gail said, nah, he definitely and it's like it's funny because like every single time, uh like when I hear people talk, like because I've watched Pink and when she streams. So it's like it's weird. It's like I can read the message and it's like, but in my mind, I hear the voice of the person when they say it. And then it's like it's the same thing for like Gail. It's like I hear the voice and then I'm looking directly at the message. And then Tippy, I can hear the voice. And I'm like, it's hilarious. It is hilarious. 100% hilarious. Sonny said being attracted to the black guy and clueless is girl. Wait, who? Wait, you talking about the brother from Scrubs? Oh, yeah, because I think that was the only black dude in Clueless. You talking about the brother from Scrubs? What's wrong with the brother from Scrubs? That was my dude. That man came out with like the I forgot the dance he made too. I forgot the like the dance he had made. I forgot. What was the name? That dude is hilarious though. That dude is fucking hilarious. Well, to me. To me. At first I thought you was gonna talk about Stacey Dash because Stacey Dash, she like, yo, She was that girl, like during the time of like Clueless, it was like when you saw her, it was like I don't know if it was like that was just like her skin. I don't know if it was like the way that the sun was like hitting her, but it was like, yo, every single time that you saw her, it was like she was glowing, right? She looked beautiful. And now it's like Stacey Dash, it's like, what happened? It's like, what happened? Like, I don't know what happened with that woman. That's just a whole different thing. Um, let me see. Pink said, not true, I found no teenager, but yeah, see, it was a difference. Like Denzel was more of like the stable black man, and then a lot of girls liked R. Kelly because it was like that image of the bad boy. He was sitting up there singing, he was telling you what he could do to you and all this other type of, like I said, a lot of people will sit up there and say one thing, but their actions speak differently. You know? Pink said Denzel. Let me see. There were two poorly represented black guys in Clueless. I'm trying to remember the other black dude. Cause I'm just looking at I'm looking at the brother from Scrubs. I'm like, that's my dude. I'm like, yo. Um, he said, now Stacy. Gail said, for one, the brother in Scrubs has no interest in black women. In addition, he looks funny as hell. Mr. Donald Faison. Oh, I didn't know. I wasn't. I'd never really delved into his personal life and who it is that he dated. I just looked at the performance of like being an actor. That's the like I said, those were like actors you grow up with and stuff. So you were just looking at the movies or the shows that they were on, and you never really looked at the whole personal aspect. But I didn't know that. The more you know. So I learned something new today. Yeah, you said Stacy back then. Yes. Stacy now. No. That's bars. Because I don't know what this Stacy is. Because she was all over the place. Like I said, I don't know what was happening. I don't know if she was trying to, get the Republican side, try to find her like a white guy real quick. I don't know what was happening, but that woman, she was shaking all over the place. Shaking. Shout out to Ed Money. Tibby said maybe his look and how masculine he is. I've never seen a black man on TV like that. While LOL and another character named D Mob on a video game. If y'all gamers, you talking about? Why do I feel like you're talking about Fight in New York, Def Jam? I feel like you talking about like Def Jam Fight for New York. I feel like that's what you're talking about. Captain said Def Jam Fight. Okay, yeah, so I was right. I was right. Sonny said R. Kelly is wrong for having us believe he was a natural bald, but had braids. Yeah, that is crazy. I did think about that. I'm like, that dude was like bald for like a very long time. Then out of nowhere, that dude just had braids. I'm like, whatever. It's like when you highlight it, it's like, damn, that's a hell of a transformation. I'm like, how did that happen? I'm like, that dude had the bald look for the longest time possible. Longest time possible. And that dude was always wearing leather. That was the other thing that women were highly into. Dudes wearing leather. And I don't think people understand like how sweaty, leather is. Like leather, like if you're sweating, that sweat is dropping all the way out the leather. Like it is like it's a done deal. So if you're a sweaty person and you wear leather, it's gonna be looking like a rainforest. It's the best way I can put it. Tippy said maybe his look and oh yeah, right there. Captain said Aaron Hall swag stolen. Damn. Damn. Timmy said it was also rare to see a black man on TV with a. I'm sorry. Gail said it was rare to see a black man on TV with a true suitable haircut. That did it too. Yeah, that's true. That's true. I remember back in the day. What was that song? Well, the last chorus, "Come on and braid my hair," and I wish that was like a song. That song would get played. You can hear that song like at weddings. You can hear that song at funerals. You can hear that song like on somebody's like box, coming from the sound system. Yep. Like I said, the main chorus, I had braids back during that time. Come on and braid my hair, my hair, my hair. Yep. I wish that I could hold you now. I wish that I could talk to you. Be with you somehow. Somehow I know. I know you in a better place, even though I can't see your face. I know you smiling down on me, saying everything is okay. That was my shit. Like I said, can't tell me nothing. Can't tell me nothing. Gail said he didn't have the non-FBA hairline like Cedric. I had to make sure to highlight that every time I did it live. Because had that I forgot who that was pulling up into the live stream talking about like, yo, are you FBA? Are you IDOs? Are you foundational? Black American, what is your family lineage? And I'm like, I just had to go with the brother Tariq Nasheed's explanation for a lot of things out there. I got that non-FBA, hairline. Shout out to Tariq. That's why I had to keep using it. Every time he would say that directly on like some live streams or videos, I would start cracking. That dude is a comedian. Like him and brother like Umar, like, yo, them dudes are fucking comedians, dog. I swear to goodness. Like they have me rolling every single time. Like I wish, like in a perfect world, that would be like the equivalent to like for the black community, that almost be like the world's finest, where it's like the world's finest is Batman and Superman, right? And then for dealing with the black community, you would have like Tariq Nasheed and brother Umar Johnson, working together to basically fix a lot of things and highlight a lot of issues, within the community and stuff. Like I said, that would be a very dope thing. Like I said, when they would do those documentaries and appear on those documentaries, I'm like, yo, we need y'all to sit up there and like this is we need this every single time. We need this every single time. Sonny said, we sang I Believe We Can Fly for the 5th grade. Yeah. I believe I can fly. Yeah, that was the man. There was nowhere that you couldn't go that you were going to potentially hear that song. Everybody knew that by heart. Like a lot of R. Kelly songs, we're getting the song. Anything dealing with Kirk Franklin, well, depending on the school that you went to, that was getting sung. Like it was happening. Like it was happening. It was happening. Like, yo, those were some classic times. And I think, as a matter of fact, if my recollection serves me correctly, that same song was played. Wasn't that? It should have been in Space Jam, the first Space Jam. That should have been in there. That should have been in there. But yeah. Oh my goodness. So we've been going 4 hours and 22 minutes directly in this live stream, guys. It was originally about radiation, and then we started going into all these other types of topics. We started going into a whole different other topics. A whole other different topics, let me tell you. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. But yeah, like I said before, I love talking to y'all. I love conversations directly like this because this is what normally would happen. I would, be up here talking from like the left to the right, up and down, going all over the place. Tippy said, what? I wouldn't mind seeing more black men like his character in real life, but his evil deeds towards LOL. Wait, are you talking about Training Day, Tippy? I think she might be talking about like Training Day or whatever. Excuse me. Let me see. What was I saying? That just threw me off real quick. But yeah, like I said, I love talking to y'all. Appreciate this a lot. Like the feedback. everybody coming through, writing in the comment section. Again, let me know if you like these live streams like this. Y'all can hit up that like button, even though it's only about like 16 of us here, so you probably gonna have like 16 likes directly on there. But hit up the the button, and everything like that. The topic radiated. Yeah, it did. It did. Gail said yes. This was a good live. Kudos to Seji in chat. Like I said, much love and education. I mean, I said much love and education. Jesus Christ. Much love and much love and appreciation. I love you guys a lot. Appreciate you guys a lot, coming through, throughout your busy day, to come chime in and to come, just have a conversation, on different things of that nature. Like I said, I would love to sit up there and do this on other platforms too. It's normally only 18 of us. That is normally no Tippy. I already know you're gonna sit up and try to start a whole another conversation. Tippy, like, no, wait, Tippy, we've been here for 4 hours. We've been here for 4 hours, Tippy. I know people are tired of holding their phones at this moment. People got their phone, barely charging on the charger. Gail said, overdose of dyslexia, the bar's closed. Olga said, godlike streams. Much appreciation, brother. Much appreciation. Like I said, I would love to sit up and do this on other platforms. Trust and believe. I would love to do this on other platforms. Don't matter if it's like a Twitch, a Kick, whatever it is, because that that allows the freedom to basically do other type of stuff. So if you want to game and all that other type of stuff and whatnot, we could easily just sit up there and do that. Like I said, which would be great, which would be awesome, which I feel would be also entertaining for you guys as well. Like I said before, I understand and know that a lot of these topics inevitably are a little bit of downers, and they emotionally would have a negative bearing and stuff like that. So like I said, I like doing stuff a little bit different, wanting to bring you guys different types of news and stuff like that. And remember, like I said before, dealing with the food and all of that, just eat the food in moderation. Gail said my phone is definitely in charging. Yeah. Yeah, I'm pretty sure like the back of your phone is probably hot because the screen is on 100% brightness, and the sound and whatnot is running, and then you're probably getting like notifications from like other stuff as well. So it's probably time for y'all phones to get a rest. Songwriter said delirium. Yes, probably that too. Because as soon as I woke up, I'm like, yeah, let me do this live stream. Because I was supposed to do a live stream the previous day. And then I was like, nah, I'll just sit up there. I'll just wait. Right. And again, I do have some other videos directly on the third channel as well. So just in case you don't know where the third channel is, that is listed directly in the description below the video. You can go like, subscribe, share, all of that great stuff. And I will also put parts of the live streams, on the third channel, so that it's in a condensed form, so that people can, go look at it and easily watch it, so you don't have to scan through 4 hours, worth of footage. Pink says, before you go, please look at the link I sent you on IG. Khalif said, did you know that they have DNA-based weapons? Yep. I did I talked about it in a live stream before, mentioned it. And I also brought up what the main clip from the last 007 movie, where they got this Trojan horse type of virus that can basically lay dormant in a body, but then once it finds its target, it basically activates, and it's due to the genetics. And they were stating that virus, that nano virus or whatever, it can be used to genetically go after a certain group of people as well. So I made sure to highlight that, and I put that directly on IG, because people don't actually understand a lot of this technology that is specifically out there. A black woman in California was involved in a car accident, and a cowardly suspect, racist cow, violently drags the woman out of the car, body slams the woman, and then punches her in the face before Jesus Christ. Like, yo, what is he doing? Yo, that is ridiculous. Like, she was obviously in a crash because you could see the airbags and everything in the car. Like, the dude just like literally like walked up. Why is this car damn near blocking the shot? Like, what are you doing? Oh, that was another woman. I'm like, but damn, you just like blocking the shot there. Delivery woman withholds a woman's items as she didn't provide a tip. Oh man, I gotta save that for another live stream. I gotta save that one for another live stream. Oh boy, oh boy. Let me see this. What did? Oh dear Lord, what did Pink send me? Why? Why? What? What? What is? Are they having a seizure? It are you gotta be having a seizure. Nah, that's crazy. Let me hold on. Let me. I wish. How can I do this without potentially? So, this is what we're gonna do. Where's streaming? I gotta separate that so I can do this. So I can put this directly up there. Bro, I don't know what's happening here. This is coming from Mad Black TV, and I'm not gonna play the audio, but like this looks like yo, this is looking crazy. This is not twerking. This is not twerking at all. I don't know. Oh my goodness, this is horrible. Oh dear Lord, what is this? Oh dear God. Oh my God. What is happening? Like I can't this is not what twerking looks like. And this is obviously taking place in like some Asian like area. This ain't it. This is not it. This is not it. This is not it. What is this? Somebody is breaking their back literally and somebody is not moving any. Pink, why did you do this? Why did you do this? Why? Why did you do this? Why did you do this? Pink, why did you do this? Why did you do this? Pink said Mad Black took off the original sound and put electricity in and it went so well with their movements. Why? would you do this to me, Pink? Why? Why? Out of all the videos that you can send me, all the videos you can send me, you sent me this one. Why? This is terrible. This is just this is terrible. This is 1,000. He was like, I needed you to see this. Why? Oh man, this is I don't even have no words really. I'm not even sure how to even categorize the mess that I'm seeing at this. I need to sit up there and go play some games to to wash my eyeballs out from what it is that is taking place. This is crazy. This is why everybody, just because you think you can do something doesn't mean that you can do it. This is proof of that. Just because you think that you can do something doesn't mean that you should. I think that is a lesson that Pink wanted us to understand and learn at this moment in time. I think that's what it is. I got it. Yep. That is not it. Let me tell you. Ooh, that is not twerking. Oh, dear God. That was horrendous. It was horrendously funny, but it was horrendous. Oh my goodness. My back hurts just looking at how that woman is moving. Oh my God. And all three of them moving terrible. I don't know what that was. Wow. But again, shout out to everybody that's in attendance. Shout out to everybody that's in attendance. Like I said, I love you guys. Care about you. What is she doing? Oh my God. What is this? What is going on? Why did I even press on it? What? What is that? What? Ah. And this is a competition. Oh dear God. Ah. Oh my goodness. Yeah, they just giving up now. They don't know what they doing. Lord have mercy. Lord have mercy. This is just oh my, it's like when people sit up there and tell you like don't look at the sun because it's like it's bad for your health. And then you find yourself staring at the sun and saying like it's not that bad. It's like you staring at something that you know is bad, but it's like a train wreck. You just can't look away. That's the train wreck that you clearly see. That is clear cut. How long is this video? And it continues? Okay. You must be going over like the artist and going over like the other woman. Okay. Oh my goodness. As going to be hilarious. Khalif said WCF. Gail said glory be that. Khalif said looks like they're breaking their back. And they broke their back several different ways. Several different ways. Pink said if I had to watch it, so does everyone in this live. Wow. That is crazy. That is crazy. Wow. So shout out to Pink for blinding me, even though I'm clear cut already blind in general since I was born. That's crazy. That's going to be a vision and a sight that is not going to leave my mind for the next 2 centuries. I don't know how I'm going to cope with that, but I'm going to have to find ways. I know I'm about to play some video games. Let me tell you. I'm about to. Then Pink gonna say sorry, not sorry. Yeah, I know I'm gonna be playing some video games today. Good Lord. Monica Ridges said the closed chat to everyone concerned about biowarfare targeting Black people, looking to taking high quality blue algae, chlorella, and what is that? Spirulina. It mimics blood and removes metals from the body. Ooh, that's interesting. That is very, very interesting. Captain Sony said, damn passport bros. Look here, let me tell you, most people don't be trying to dance. They might do a 2-step. I don't know what this is. But also shout out to Miss Richards. This is why I said every single time I see the last name, I'm thinking about the Fantastic Four, and because you just dropped some very healthy information at the moment in time. So much love, respect, and appreciation for the information. But again, love you guys a lot. Appreciate you guys, value you guys a lot. Thank you for everything that you do, seen and unseen. Thank you for being the people that you have always been. And then Pink is going to say, keep playing the video. Nope, we are going to. We are not doing it. We are not doing it. I played. Um, how many minutes is that? I played about like a minute 30 seconds. That's a minute I can never get back, Pink. I can never get that back. And then also I got this cat on lockup, so I got to go release him so that he can start his little run around, around the house. But love you guys, value you guys a lot. Um, I will more than likely see you guys on another live stream. And again, I do have videos that I post directly on the third channel as well. That link can be found directly in the video description below the live stream. And, maybe from time to time, you might catch me streaming some stuff directly on, Twitch and Kick, at the same time. Either which one that, people just so happen to be follow me on, or maybe both at the same time. So I might sit up there and stream something, might stream some Marvel Snap or something. I don't know. We will find out today. But again, love you guys. Thank you guys for being here on the stream. And I will see you guys later.